Which Mage Moved the Cheese? Casino Witch Mysteries 2. Written by Nikki Haverstock. Narrated by the author. Chapter 1. Dream Sequence. I pulled my rental car into the Golden Pyramid Casino's parking garage and checked my watch. I had arrived on the last flight of the night and would take the first flight out in a few hours. Grabbing a small vial off the passenger seat, I downed the contents and said a few words to activate the spell. It wasn't a perfect disguise, but since no one was expecting me to be here, it would be good enough if some Cheese Council members passed me in the hall. After locking the car, I trotted through the empty parking lot toward the employee door that led through the back corridors to the cheese show. When I had stepped down as president from the American Paranormal Cheese Council, I had planned to never need the master security card I had swiped years ago. As the light on the security door switched from red to green and clicked open, I was glad I kept it. I slunk down the hall towards the convention hall door and hoped that no one had changed the rule that the convention hall must be empty after midnight. I had instituted the rule a few years ago, purportedly for safety reasons. I just needed to find what I was looking for and get out of here. Then I could officially start the next chapter of my life in Europe. The stakes would be bigger, but I had long been ready for the challenge. Europe was old money, the kind built from centuries of hoarding land and gold. Generations of families holed up in their castle, building immeasurable wealth. They wouldn't notice or care if a little went missing. They were practically asleep in their complacency. From there, it was a short hop to the new wealth of Dubai and Asia. Things were booming. They didn't even have names yet for the amount of money they had. Nations could be bought and sold with the money that was spent in a year by the young mages of the area. And many held to traditions that had been dropped in America, like power only going to the males, or families arranging marriages for power consolidation. The females especially were looking for a distraction. The opportunities were endless. I held my breath as I opened the side door to the convention hall. It was pitch black and empty. Smiling, I shut the door behind me. There would be no surveillance inside. No paranormal events allowed security cameras to run around during the duration of the events. That had been to my advantage. I waited a few minutes for my eyes to adjust. There was minimal light from the many power strips and electronic devices with their lighted buttons. While I waited, I centered myself and concentrated on what I was looking for. I didn't even need a potion, since I always had a knack for finding things. Within a minute, I set off across the room. I couldn't see the green glow that went along with the found object, but I knew for certain the direction ahead. I chuckled to myself. I knew it wouldn't be in the hotel room, regardless of what the email had said. It had been a gamble to come here first to search, but like always, my gambles paid off big time. I would grab it and get out of here. Most of the booths were half-assembled skeletons, but by tomorrow afternoon, the whole place would be crawling with mages either selling or buying cheese. My mouth watered at the thought, but the rest of me was thrilled to be done with the job. I was on to bigger and better things. Turning the corner, I finally spotted the green glow of light emitted from an object in a box on the floor. Very careless. I crept over and pulled the glass object from the box and slid it in my pocket. Now that I had found what I had come for, the light dimmed, leaving me slightly blind. The phantom green light danced in front of my eyes. A noise pulled my attention toward the ceiling, where a triangular black mass was racing toward me. I barely had time to throw my arms over my face before everything went black. Chapter 2. Vin closed the door behind him. I had known he was there before I turned around. Maybe it was his spicy, earthy scent, or the way his footsteps fell, or possibly the way I felt hot when he was within 10 feet of me. He leaned against the table, supporting his weight on the tip of his fingers. Memories of him grabbing me around the waist danced in my head. Over the past 6 months, we had reached an uneasy truce and were slowly inching toward a close friendship. Or perhaps more? Just the thought of more made my knees shake. His sister Vanessa had created an assembly line down the center of the table to fill the cheese convention gift bags. We should have finished hours ago, but Vanessa's method was proving less efficient than planned. I liked Vanessa, but her insistence on shortcuts was going to turn my red hair gray. "Are you ready?" she asked. She raised a hand, preparing to cast the spell. I grabbed the top flyer from each stack and slid them into a commemorative tote bag. "What if we just do it by hand? The show is closing in 5 minutes. "Ella, don't wuss out now. The spell is almost perfect." "If by perfect you mean hasn't worked correctly once." I set down another completed bag on the table. "Look, it only takes a few seconds. I bet we could be done in half an hour." "Fine, give up. But I'm no quitter. I think I finally got it." She screwed up her face in concentration. I shook my head and set aside another completed bag. Annie Ann said if we destroyed any more totes, she was going to make us spell up 100 breath-freshening vials for the banquet as punishment. "Mom will be so proud that I figured this out. Now be quiet." I chuckled. In the 6 months we had been training together, I had learned that Vanessa loved nothing more than a shortcut, and that she wasn't particularly great at them. Even with my limited abilities and knowledge, I would often finish a task faster, except for the times I set things on fire. The top flyer on each stack slowly rose into the air, then a tote from the pile rose. It quivered and shook as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. At a snail's pace, it floated across the table to scoop up each flyer. I grabbed flyers off the stack and stuffed 3 totes by the time her single one scooped up the last flyer and slowly drifted over to the pile. Vin grunted. "Wouldn't it be faster to just do that by hand?" I told her the same thing. Vanessa closed her eyes and raised her hands. The magic in the room surged as she muttered, "I think I preferred it when you two fought all the time." I grabbed another stack of flyers. Turning around to put them on the table, I nearly tripped over Patagonia, who had been batting at my shoelaces. "Go lie down." The large black cat narrowed her eyes at me before twining between my ankles, then sauntering off to a chair in the sun. Another bag rose and crept through the air. I stuffed 4 more bags before her one floating bag settled on the completed pile. I opened my mouth, but snapped it shut without a comment. "I know it's too slow. I need to get it working correctly first." A few beads of sweat had formed on Vanessa's forehead from the effort. We were at the opposite end of our 20s, and sometimes the age difference was more obvious than others. Watching her waste time and energy on this project was one of those times. The magic increased, and the little hairs around my face started floating. Vanessa was using far more magic than necessary. I kept staring at Vanessa, though I spotted from the corner of my eye that Vin looked at me briefly. "Cool it, sis. You're going to blow something up." "Shut up," she ground out through clenched teeth. The tote started rising faster and smoothly picked up all the flyers before slamming into the wall and falling onto the pile ready for distribution. One by one, they flew through the air in an orderly line. I clapped my hands. "Great job, you did it." I was willing to admit when I was wrong. "Now we can be..." Vanessa threw herself onto the table. "Patagonia!" I gasped. Patagonia was no longer curled up napping on a chair, but had crept onto the table to bat at the flying papers. She was dangling from a sheet of paper as it bounced in the air when a tote bag smoothly scooped her up. "My baby!" I leapt onto the table and grabbed the handle of the tote. It jerked me off my feet and pulled me behind it, my arms flailing like a broken windmill. Luckily, Patagonia was a strong cat with weapons of her own. As she snarled and screamed, she clawed her way out, one black paw after another. I managed to pull her free, only getting slightly scratched in the process. But something flopped over my head and started dragging me across the table. "Ach! Help!" I clawed at what I realized was a tote bag. I had gotten caught up in the magical assembly line. I pulled it off, and another one smacked me in the face. Then another. "Turn it off!" "I'm trying!" Vanessa's voice held a note of distress, and her eyebrows were knitted together so tightly that she appeared to have one unibrow. She jumped up and down, flailing her arms. Another bag hit me in the head, and I finally thought to duck, slipping on a pile of flyers. I slid off the table and landed face first in a tray of our breakfast leftovers. I peeled a waffle off my face, then stuck my hand in a bowl of butter as I tried to get up. "Cut it out!" Vin bellowed. I crawled off the floor and peeked up around a tipped-over chair. Tote bags and papers were flying all around the room as if a tornado had snuck inside. Flyers whipped through the air and slammed into the walls. Most of the chairs had been flipped over or lay on their side. "I can't!" Vanessa's voice held a hysterical note, and her hair flew all around her. Two chunks stuck straight up like horns. She looked like a devil, and I believed it to be true. Vin charged across the room and grabbed his sister's delicate hands in his massive ones. "Let it go, sis. I got it." The energy pulsating in the room shifted from Vanessa's intense, frantic energy to Vin's steady, powerful energy. It was something I could never have described 6 months ago when I had started training, but now their power was as recognizable as their faces. Vin's masculine energy tickled my skin in the same way as a physical touch. Slowly, the rushing air calmed. The tote bags, empty and stuffed, paused in midair, then dropped straight down to cover every surface in the room. As Vin's energy faded, I shivered. I had heard that he was on a break from his longtime girlfriend, Tiffany. Maybe it was in time to invite him over for a home-cooked meal. He dropped his sister's hands and turned to face me. "You! I expected you to be smarter than this. She's just a kid, but you're supposed to be the mature one, a good example." My vision of a date disappeared. "Me? She's the one with all the training." "But you're older. Look at the mess you made." I narrowed my eyes. "I'm not your sister's keeper, and why is it that you always jab at me?" "Because you always have something to jab at," he said. I was tempted to wipe that smirk right off his face. I had just opened my mouth to tell him that when the door creaked open. Annie Ann gasped as she entered. "What happened?" We all started talking at once, with Vin smugly blaming me trying to explain that I thought it was a bad idea, and Vanessa babbling on about how great the spell had worked before it had all gone wrong. She was right about that, though. Whipping up a spell like that from scratch, without a potion, and adjusting it on the fly was pretty good. I couldn't even keep my loft the right temperature, and that spell was centuries old and well tested. "Silence! I swear you all act like children sometimes. Vin, they're waiting on you. Did you even tell Ella?" I wanted to look slick and in command as I waited for Vin to share his news, but it was ruined by Patagonia clawing her way up my jeans to rub her face aggressively on my waist. I ground my teeth and tried not to wince as her claws dug into my skin. Being her pincushion was a daily affair. If we had been alone, I would have shooed her off me with some choice words. Vin arched an eyebrow in a barely perceptible motion that for him was a display of extreme emotion. "That doesn't hurt?" "No, of course not. Did you have something to tell me?" I thought I had held it together pretty well, until Patagonia clawed the rest of the way up my frame to perch on my shoulder, lick my ear enthusiastically, then leap off onto the table. I stumbled a little as her massive frame shoved me pretty hard. She had been fully grown when we were bonded, but I swore she was a few inches taller than when we first met, and definitely had filled out. A ghost of a smile crossed his face, and that eyebrow twitched again. "Sure, right. Nothing disturbs you. I came to get you because a man passed away." That did shake my demeanor. Murder? I had the ability to read the emotional hologram of a magical death, basically magical forensics. He shook his head. "Unlikely. Probably a heart attack brought on by too much cheese, but we'll have to double check anyway." I tried to read Vin's emotions as I followed him through the maze of corridors from the training room we had been in to the convention hall. I used to be able to pick up his emotions, but now I could only get the vaguest of glimmers. I wanted to ask Annie Ann for advice, but hadn't wanted to admit that I was trying to eavesdrop on her son's feelings. He caught me looking at him. I jerked my eyes away as my cheeks heated up. From the corner of my eye, I could see his mouth curling upwards. We cleared the room. It'll be just us in there, but we have to move fast. The vendors need to get back in to reset their booths for tomorrow. Got it. Annie Ann had decided that we should keep my skills undercover. It was known to those around that I was training under her with Vanessa, but since Annie Ann was a world-respected instructor, that was not surprising. Dad had chosen to hide me from the Mage community, and until we found out why, we were being cautious. I followed Vin through a throng of people toward the now-closed entrance. I hadn't gone into the convention so far this week, another attempt to keep me out of the public eye. After slipping through the door, past the security guards that gave Vin a nod as he approached, I followed Vin as he wove through the convention. Patagonia raced ahead of us, meowing and sniffing the air. The booths were set up in long rows, with the occasional aisle to allow people to easily move between them. The corner of each booth was marked with tape and poles with a separated curtain dangling between them, but inside the booths were a variety of setups. Some had displays all along the back with colorful banners that boasted of the product for sale by the vendors. Others looked like mini storerooms with shelves, cabinets, tables, and chairs. A few simply had a table draped with a cloth and a pile of cheese in the top, but those were rare, while the fancy mini stores abounded. The smells made my mouth water in general, but as we moved through the feta foyer, I pinched my nose against the strong odor of dirty socks. Vin caught sight of my reaction. They say it tastes better than it smells, but I can't imagine getting in close enough to my mouth to find out. They should sell that cheese with a complimentary clothespin for your nose. I stuck out my tongue and made a gagging noise. He chuckled as he turned a corner around a booth. And just like that, we were back to playful banter, and my eyes wandered across his strong and expansive back. I paused and scooped up Patagonia when she jumped up onto the counter to snag a piece of feta cheese. She swallowed it as I staggered under her squirming weight. Then she licked my nose, giving me a strong whiff of her kitty breath. He stopped in front of a white sheet on the floor. I stepped back. Is he still under there? Sure, if he was only 3 inches tall. He bent over and flipped back the sheet to reveal a pile of blankets. It hardly resembled a body at all, but I had only given it a quick glance. Do you want my help, or are you just giving me a hard time? Vin gave me a wide grin. With a shake of my head, I attempted to clear my mind and prepared myself for a reading. The opportunities to perform magic were many. In addition to training with Annie Ann all day, I had been doing secret nighttime training with my father's 2 closest friends, Bear and Badger. They owned the 2 businesses underneath my loft in an industrial building my father had owned and left to me. I thought they were only tenants until I learned that they were mages and had been watching over me and the building. Their magic was the reason my loft always had the right temperature when I first moved in, why there was virtually no crime on our block despite being in a questionable area, the fact that I was never disturbed by noises even though both businesses had some late-night hours, and a million other things. Not even Vanessa knew that I was training every evening with Bear and Badger. They had a police scanner running, and every suspicious death meant another field trip to test my skills. Murder was never good, but I hoped I someday had the chance to show off in front of Vin. I stepped forward, closed my eyes, and cleared my mind. Once I'd set Patagonia on the ground, she nestled in close to my leg. Though she was a terror on 4 legs most of the day, when I was actively performing magic, or attempting to, she had started to stay close and in direct contact. The few times she hadn't, I found even the most basic tasks challenging. A few slow, deep breaths, and I could feel that I was slipping deeper within myself, while expanding into the environment around me. Slowly, the world around me came back into sight, this time in my mind's eye, but things were shifted, and it was dark. The room was the same, but the booths around me were different. The green light on a piece of electronics illuminated a sign reading Granner's Cheese. Previously, these visions would play out like a movie, but this time I was disoriented, and the vision kept spinning and snapping back, like my vision was spinning in a circle too many times and becoming dizzy. I opened my eyes and flung out a hand. Something's not right. I'm getting a vision, but it's not. I looked around. Does Granner's Cheese mean anything to you? Granner Santani is my great-great-grandmother on my mother's side. Everyone calls her Granner, and yes, she has a booth here, but it's way on the other side of the convention hall. She has nothing to do with him. He gestured at the spot where the man had passed away. I could explain why I thought it was important, or I could torment him. Take me there. I pursed my lips and dared him to say no. He rolled his eyes as he turned to lead me through the booths. You are such a pain in my... The rest of his comment was lost in a series of grunts as he tripped over Patagonia, who had run under his feet. I snickered as I followed him across the room. Based on the way his shoulders flexed under his shirt, he was annoyed with me. Why did it give me such a thrill to get under his skin? As possible answers drifted into my awareness, they brought other thoughts to mind, thoughts that I didn't want to deal with or answer. The situation had all the markings of an adolescent crush, something I had skipped in my earlier life and certainly didn't want to delve into now. Maybe it was more than passing infatuation that I had for him. Perhaps Patagonia had answers for me. She twined through my feet, and I expertly stepped it around her without tripping, at least until I slammed into Vin's stationary back. I regained my composure. Oh, sorry, I was thinking about... is this it? I avoided his eyes and hoped that my burning cheeks weren't noticeable. The booths in this area were about the same as the others throughout the convention hall, but I instantly recognized that my attempt at a vision had shown this area. These booths were fully assembled rather than the skeletons and boxes I had seen in the vision. The sign that bragged about Granner's Cheese was hung in a booth full of food for sale, but the booth was dominated by a block of cheese. The cheese had not been in the brief vision I had seen. Of that I was sure. It was the size of a queen-size bed and sat awkwardly in the space in the center. The piece had been placed so that at two corners there was less than a foot to squeeze between the edge and the shelves lining the edge of the area designated for each vendor. A small plaque was pinned to the cheese, boasting that it was world's largest wedge of cheese. Take home a hunk for $15. The top corner nearest the sign was missing, as pieces had apparently been sawed off with a hacksaw that sat on top. You gonna do your reading or what? You know what? I'm just getting my bearings. Vin held up his hand. I'm just doing my job. I can't keep the vendors out much longer. I reached down to scratch Patagonia and get myself settled. I perform magic much better with a clear mind, but Vin being near was becoming a larger distraction. Don't worry. You take what time you need. He leaned against a countertop, his voice a bit softer. He probably didn't realize that being nice was an even bigger distraction than teasing me. I stepped away, purposefully turning my back to him and pressing my calf against Patagonia. She sensed the magic I was pulling in around me and was purring with her eyes shut. The second I closed my eyes, the vision burst up before me. The location was the same, but set up a bit differently. The booths were skeletons with unpacked boxes spewing bubble wrap. Most noticeably missing was the bed-sized wedge of cheese. The vision was dark, even with my eyes closed. I squinted harder to try to capture every ray of light in my vision. Among the debris in Granner's booth, an object started to glow green. It was clear, perhaps glass, and could fit in the palm of my hand, but was not discernible beyond that. Footsteps approached, and with them, emotions. There was sneakiness, smugness, and a hint of elation as the man rounded the corner and spotted the glowing object. I strained to see him more clearly. He was middle-aged and moved with the grace of an athlete, though perhaps he was just a mage. I had learned that being a mage of any age meant being better than the average human at virtually everything. He scooped up the object and his satisfaction soared. I was so engrossed in the scene that I was caught off guard by his sudden alert, and I fell backwards out of the vision when the world's largest wedge of cheese crashed down on top of him. My eyes flew open, and I would have hit the floor if Vin hadn't caught me in his arms. "Whoa, you okay?" He pulled me toward him, his fingers digging into my arms and radiating warmth that spread over me. I was just startled. I didn't immediately move away from him or his touch. I shook my head, thinking the vision couldn't be correct. "Is there any video footage I could review?" His grip loosened, but his fingertips gently rested on my skin, and he didn't step back. "Depends on when you mean. Did something happen here?" He looked around for threats. "Yes, it happened here, but I'm not sure when. The booths were here, but not fully done." "No surveillance footage once setup started. No paranormal events allow cameras. Security precautions." He made a disappointed sound, and his hands gently trailed off my arms before he turned to face the footsteps behind me. Raymond, Vin's friend and team member, stepped up. "The vendors are grumbling to get back in." He eyed the distance between Vin and me and gave me a wink. "You guys done, or do you need a few more minutes?" Vin smoothly stepped away. "Just a few more minutes, thank you, Raymond." Raymond smirked a bit as he turned to leave. He disappeared behind a booth. "What did you see? Is it connected to the man that died today? Tell me something." Vin scooped up Patagonia, who was rubbing against his shins. In general, she was skittish or aggressive around people, especially those who tried to touch her, as tourists sometimes attempted. But she was crazy about Vin, if a bit rough. She purred loudly in his arms before biting down on his hand and kicking with her rear feet. He winced briefly before changing positions to lessen the damage. I have good news and weird news. The good news is that I didn't see anything about the man that passed away today. Nothing magical involved. God rest his soul. I lowered my head in a moment of respect. Vin echoed my action, mumbling a blessing under his breath. "But you did see something, didn't you? No one else has been killed recently that I know of." "I think there was." I cast a glance back at the world's largest wedge of cheese in the middle of Granner's booth. "And I have some bad news about the body." Chapter 3. I sat on the floor and dangled a string for Patagonia to bat at while I waited for Vin to confirm my vision. He had gathered his security team and arranged for white sheets to be hung around the cheese, just in case. While he was unsure of how a murder could have happened with no one the wiser, he trusted me and my abilities enough to investigate. It gave me the same feeling as when I bit into a double chocolate cupcake. I felt warm and happy from my head down to my toes. The vendors had been allowed back in to prepare their booths for the next day. Patagonia flipped in midair to grab the string from my hand. She bit her white fangs into it while growling and scratching it with her claws. I placed my hand on the floor and danced my fingers across the carpet. Patagonia jerked around to stare, lowering her shoulders to the ground and sticking her butt in the air before pouncing on my hand to chew my fingers. "Gently, Patagonia, gently." I tried to loosen her grip, but she doubled down on her efforts, growling and pinning her ears back against her head. I gave her a shove. "Either you let go or there'll be no kitty crunchies in your future. Ever." She glared and grumbled, but relaxed her jaw so the bite went from painful to playful. "Patagonia, you finally got a mage. I didn't think I would ever see the day," someone said. I looked up at a woman who appeared too old to be living. I tried to disengage myself from Patagonia, but she kept her grip on me as she rolled over to present her belly. "Yes, I'm the lucky pincushion." She offered me a delicate bony hand. It was light, like a bird's wing. "Everyone calls me Granner. And you are?" She looked like a question mark with her dowager hump. All hunched up, Her bony physique made clothes look as if she had left the hangers inside. I figured that she could be thrown across the room with a stiff breeze. Wispy white hair curled tightly against her pale scalp. I finally disengaged from Patagonia and crawled to my feet. Granner only came up to my bra line, and I reached down to shake her hand. "I'm Ella Marie." "Marie? Marie? I don't know any Maries. Who are your people? Where did you come from?" We had decided I should go by an alias to distance myself from my father and the question of why he had hidden me. Instead of using my last name, I was using my middle name for now. The plan didn't exactly seem to work well, unfortunately. A loud muttering approached through the crowd. Vanessa could be heard addressing people. "Excuse me, pardon me. Oh, sorry about that. Let me help you pick that up." People shuffled out of her way as she charged toward us. Vanessa swooped in to rescue me, wrapping her great-great-grandmother in her arms gently. "Granner, I'm so glad to see you." The tiny woman reached up to pat Vanessa on the head. "What? You just saw me yesterday, but it's always lovely to see my little girl." "Ella trains with Mom. I told you about her." "Yes, dear, but what's going on with my cheese wedge?" She narrowed her eyes at me until they were just two little black pits in her face, surrounded by a mass of wrinkles. I smiled nervously. Vin and his security team are investigating." She reared back, her face turned red. "What? Investigating what?" "Were you here when they brought the cheese into your booth?" "No!" she barked, then coughed at the sudden exertion. She wheezed and puffed into a tissue she pulled from her sleeve before she caught her breath. "They unloaded it when I first arrived, and it was by the doorway yonder. Next morning I came in and some idiot had dropped it into my booth all crooked. I have bruises all over my shins from running into it. But what does that have to do with what's going on now?" I leaned in, trying not to upset her. She was very old and might faint away. "They think there might be someone underneath it." "Underneath? If anyone is underneath it, then they are flatter than that sandwich from New Orleans. You know, they put a bunch of meat and cheese inside a hollowed-out loaf of bread. Then they put a bunch of books on top of it. It gets real flat. Then when you cut it open, there are layers of meat and cheese. Remember when we flew down to New Orleans a few years ago, Vanessa? We got one in the French Quarter. The name is right on the tip of my tongue. Reminds me of a street urchin. No, a ragamuffin. Oh, that's it. Muffaletto. That's what it's called. That sure does sound good. Maybe I should just zap out one for lunch." Vanessa shook her head. "Granner, remember what happened the last time? You promised Mom you wouldn't teleport food anymore." "Oh, your mother overreacted. It was just an accident that I brought the waiter along with the food. We sent him back to Paris first class. He was thrilled." She was tougher than she looked. Grunts drifted over from the crime scene. We turned to face the white sheets that blocked any activity from sight. The groans of exertion from the men were muffled behind the sheets, indicating that the magic at play wasn't as easy as they had hoped. Granner adjusted the white patent leather purse dangling from her arm and hitched up her pants. "I'm going to speak with young Vin." She stomped to the edge of the sheet and pushed it aside to peer at the activity beyond. "Don't bruise my cheese!" Vanessa and I leaned over the counter to catch a glimpse between the sheets, but all I could see was Granner and the yellow of the cheese, which was now on its side. I couldn't see the dead man, but the white faces of the men standing around made me happy that I was missing what was obviously a gruesome sight. The tallest man, with a six-pack that rippled his tight cotton shirt, turned green and sprinted away to hurl into a trash can. But Granner's voice carried clear as day. "Good heavens! Lord above, that man is flatter than a pancake! Who is that? Those boats look familiar except for the... Oh, my stars, is that Michael Peetman? He's flatter than a toad on the highway!" She was cut off as Vin grabbed her arm and firmly marched her out. He yanked the sheet shut behind him. "Granner, please stay out of here." She shook off his large hand and shouted up at him. "Don't you manhandle me, young man! I'll grab you by the ear and swat your behind if you act up." Vin sighed. Granner, I don't want to upset you. I would never manhandle my favorite old lady.
Upset? Ha! You don't know the things I've seen.
She pulled herself up to her full height, which was much taller than her stooped-over height, but still made her head barely reach his chest. Jabbing him in the ribs with a bony finger, she berated him.
I'd been dealing with death and mayhem for decades before I wiped your tiny baby butt, and I don't want you to forget it.
I whispered in Vanessa's ear. She's feisty. I want to be her when I grow up. She nodded.
I hope I'm that pulled together when I'm in my 180s.
What? Vanessa perked up when Raymond came out from behind the white sheet and addressed Vin. There's no way around this. I think we're going to have to call the marshal. Vin groaned and rubbed a hand across his forehead. I guess you're right. I leaned over to Vanessa. Who's the marshal? Is he part of the federal order? Vanessa had previously told me that the federal order was what they called Mage police. He's the local head honcho for the federal order. We try to avoid him as best we can. She was finger-waving at Raymond and arching her back to display more cleavage. I patted down some of her hair that was still sticking up at a funny angle after her last spell. Granner dropped her purse on the ground.
You have to get him scraped off my cheese.
Vin nodded for Raymond to go make the call, then turned to his great-great-grandmother. What do you mean?
The marshal will take my cheese. It's the world's biggest wedge of cheese. I spent all year making and spelling it.
He blew out a long sigh, exasperated. Of course they'll take the cheese. There's a dead man stuck to the bottom of it. It's not pretty under there. We'll have to move your booth afterwards. She put her bony fists on her sides.
If they scrape him off the bottom, I could sell the rest.
Vin looked a little green at the thought. Granner, you can't do that. And you are going to need to give refunds to the people that already bought a piece.
I'm going to go speak to your mother.
She turned and stomped off, weaving through the growing crowd of vendors that were gathered to watch. As she walked away, I could hear her muttering.
Refunds? I didn't think he was such a fool. You'd have better luck getting the Baptist to open a disco than getting me to give refunds for perfectly good cheese.
Vin shook his head. Vanessa, will you go with her and tell Mom the whole story? Ella, beat it. I don't want you around when the marshal and his goons show up. I bristled at his command. My chin jutted forward. Beat it? I know you didn't just give me an order. He caught my eye and I saw something there. Concern? My jaw dropped. He pressed a finger to my chin, snapping my mouth shut, then yanked his hand back as though it was burned by the touch. Yeah, get out of here. Vanessa and I wandered away from the booth and aimlessly walked the convention floor toward the exit. She dragged her feet. I don't want to get between Granner and Mom. They can get into it like cats and dogs. You said she was in her 80s? 183 to be exact. Doesn't she look great? I stopped dead. Are you messing with me? Ella, mages have long lives. Surely we've told you that before. Let's keep walking. I don't want anyone to start a conversation with me. She urged me along, keeping her voice low enough to not invite comment. When you said that mages live a long time, I assumed you meant like 90 or 100. You need to be more specific. How am I supposed to know what you know and don't know? Haven't you been reading the books Mom gave you? I shrugged. My evenings were spent training with Bear and Badger, and every spare second beyond that, I had been sleeping or eating. I've been busy. She slid her eyes to me in suspicion, but didn't grill me on the line of thought. Though, given her absent-minded behavior, she might have still been daydreaming about Raymond, or planning lunch. Did you see Raymond? He's so hot. He's been working in another casino, but now that he's back, I must move quickly. I've been thinking, we should go on a double date. What? With who? I knew exactly who I wanted her to suggest. She smirked. You know who. You and Vin have been circling each other for months, and now that he ditched that hideous girlfriend, you can plan your attack. Unless you're dating someone and just keeping it a secret? Maybe that's why you aren't doing your home studying. I shook my head. Her non sequitur made more sense now. No, I'm not dating anyone. Now or ever. I tried to say it casually, as if it was no big deal instead of being a secret embarrassment.
What are you talking about? I bet you have guys. Oh.
She drew out the last word to give it great meaning. It started high in surprise, then lowered and lengthened to indicate her understanding. What? We turned a corner and I checked behind me to see if Patagonia was still following. She wasn't. She was probably holed up somewhere for a nap or to wash behind her ears. She would pop back to me when she was ready. A benefit of her being magical and my familiar was that she was always safe and could find me when she wanted.
You didn't know you were a mage until recently, so no wonder you never dated. Girl, you need to make up for lost time.
What's the connection to being a mage?
Well, you weren't using your powers, so you were invisible to mages, but you could never be attracted to a normal human. Ew, it'd be like trying to date a mannequin.
She shuddered at the thought. This is another example of something you could have told me. Seriously, Vanessa, this is the kind of information I need in my life right now, not spells on how to stuff tote bags with flyers. My tone was a bit too aggressive, and I debated taking it all back. But it was true, and I was frustrated.
Don't yell at me. I'm not your teacher. Maybe if you read the books Mom gave you. I think one of them was called You're Changing Which Body. It goes over most of this stuff. Besides, this is our first week away from the classroom since you started training.
She grumbled. I might have only been training for 6 months versus her lifetime, but I was older, and Vin was right. I should be the more mature one. It pains me to say it, but you're right. We had circled the entire convention and were returning to Granner's booth. A group of men approached, led by an older man. His face was a series of angles, a nose that was too long and narrow like a knife, cheekbones that jutted out on the sides, and a chin that almost came to a point. His skin was so pale that it had a blue undertone and seemed to glow next to his jet black hair. His height was even more impressive in comparison to how thin he was. He was flanked on all sides by tall, blocky men in dark suits. None of them spoke or interacted, like a herd of dogs descending on a target. A shiver went down my spine. Vin stepped out to greet them, and for once he didn't seem like the most dangerous man in the room. I paused. Who is that?
Who?
She followed my line of sight, spun around while grabbing my arm and started dragging me away.
Stay away! He's the marshal for this whole area. You want to stay out of his way. He must have already been in the building to get here so quickly.
Prickly sensation ran up my spine and I shot a glance over my shoulder. He was staring at us, and his yellow eyes seared into me before I could pull away. It was only a millisecond, but it felt like forever. What's a marshal? We turned a corner and Vanessa dropped my arm.
He's like a human police, judge, and jury, all wrapped up in one.
So he's the good guy? She shook her head.
He's not really good, but rather someone to be avoided. Everyone tries to handle their own disputes, and he prefers it that way. This is how mages have always handled things, but I don't like it.
We ducked around a corner, and she scrubbed at her face with her hands.
Let's sit down for a minute. I need to catch my breath.
We grabbed a couple of chairs next to a small table near a wall. Vendors still tidied up their booths, but even more so they clustered together in little knots, whispering. They didn't call him out last time, I remarked.
Because no one knew there had been murders, and then we figured it out, and the murderer was taken care of. I'm sure Vin reported it afterwards to the marshal. Better him than me, but they had to report it this time. It was obviously murder, and Michael Peatman was a big-time player, though I have no idea why he was here. He quit a few months ago.
Tell me about him. Maybe more information would help me make sense of the vision.
Michael was the president of the American Paranormal Cheese Council, and this event was his baby.
She gestured toward the convention center.
At least it was until he suddenly stepped down a few months ago. That's why we all got roped into helping run the event. They got a new president, Sheila something or other, but it was so last minute that she needed a lot of assistance. They had already reserved the convention hall here, so we got sucked into helping.
Why did he step down?
His wife, who's way out of his league, was from one of the old families in Europe and got him some fancy new job. I always hated that phrase.
I stretched out my legs and bumped into a small, furry body. Peeking downward, I spotted Patagonia licking a paw and rubbing behind her ear. What phrase? Old families?
Yes, all families are old families. I mean, it's not like someone just bursts forth with no parents, but for some reason, if your family never moves, then they're a big deal. Who cares if your family's too lazy to move for centuries?
She crossed her arms and slouched in her seat. I chuckled. Was he coming to finish up old business?
No idea. I heard he was practically all moved and wouldn't be coming this week. Do you think we'll investigate like last time?
She sat up in excitement at the idea, blurting it out far more loudly than we had previously been talking. A small group of people who had been chatting nearby turned to watch us. Shh! I held up a hand. I lowered my voice. I'm supposed to keep a low profile, and no one is supposed to even know about that. She leaned in.
Sorry, I just get so excited. That was the most fun that I've had in forever. I know we could solve this crime too.
Her voice slowly rose as she got wound up.
What is wrong with you? Hush! Oh, I have a great idea. Remember that whisper spell I was working on?
I rolled my eyes. She had decided that we needed a way to whisper during lessons with her mom. Do you know how good you would be if you actually studied instead of goofing off?
You're just an old fuddy-duddy. I have decades of studying to catch up on.
She dug something out of her pocket while mumbling.
You have decades of fun to catch up on.
She pulled out a stone egg and held it in her hand. Her channeling key would help her cast the spell. I don't know if this is a good idea.
Hush! I don't have a potion, so I need to rework the spell. Give me a second.
She closed her eyes and held the glowing channeling key tightly. I adjusted my bra, and my own channeling key nestled between my breasts. It had ended up being the most convenient place to carry the stone egg, though sometimes it left bruises. Patting my thigh, I waited for Patagonia to hop up for scratches while Vanessa reworked the spell. I had thought that learning magic meant that I could just do everything without effort, but it was far more complicated. It was more like being athletic or artistic. A mage might have a natural gift for something, like my ability to read emotions or tell what magic led to someone's death, but they still needed to be trained to make use of it. And all the things I wasn't naturally gifted at needed instruction, training, and worst of all, a lot of practice to get good at it. It was a lot less glamorous than I had hoped.
Okay, I think I have something worked out. I've created a bubble, and any sound that comes out will be muffled. Now we can discuss Michael's murder without interruption. As president of the Cheese Council, I wonder if he had a lot of...
I grabbed her arm, and she stopped suddenly. The spike of emotions around me had given me a split-second warning that her spell was not working right. Instead of muffling her voice, the spell amplified it. What she had said about Michael's murder had been broadcast to all those people standing around. Shock, fear, curiosity, and sadness had overwhelmed me. The looks on the faces of people as they turned to us mirrored those emotions. Vanessa's face went white.
Oh, raspberries!
The magic around us released with a slight pop that made my skin tingle briefly, like a bubble bursting against my skin. I told you it was a bad idea. She narrowed her eyes at me.
No one likes a know-it-all.
Oh, crap. It's Ellen and Carrie. She stood to face them and slapped a fake smile on her face.
Hi, guys. I didn't realize you had a booth here.
There was a vague family resemblance between the two girls approaching. They also wore matching aprons. A cluster of other vendors trailed behind them, but didn't come close enough to be addressed just yet. The blonde woman smiled brightly.
Yes, we're in the local selection with a few cheesecakes.
Hush, Ellen. Vanessa doesn't care, the brunette snapped. What's this about Michael being murdered? Vanessa crossed her arms.
Ella, this is Carrie and Ellen. Ellen's the good cousin, and Carrie's the evil one.
Ellen snickered. The growing crowd from the booth moved in closer. A 20-something woman with an asymmetric bob, striking blue eyes, and an apron with Big M Dairy written across the front stepped between the cousins. Did you say that Michael was murdered? What happened? Where?
Is that why the marshal is here? What was Michael doing here?
Shouted a tall, wiry man with close-cropped salt and pepper hair. Carrie gasped. I saw the marshal at Granner's booth. Did she kill him? I pushed Patagonia off my lap and grabbed Vanessa's arm to drag her away. Sorry, we have to go. I dragged her halfway across the room before she yanked her arm free.
Oh, relax, Ella. They were just going to find out anyway. And now I have a solid spell for amplifying my voice.
I couldn't hold back a giggle. Vanessa was one hot mess, but she was a lot of fun. Vanessa! Vanessa! Vin called out. We spun around. Vin was charging down the aisle, his face unreadable. I pressed hard to get a feeling of his emotions, but got nothing. He stepped between us and pressed a hand to my back to guide me toward the exit. Vanessa, you need to go find Mom and Granner. Ella, I have a few minutes before the marshal needs me again. Can we talk some more about your vision? A chill went down my spine as his touch grazed my lower back. Sure. I looked up at him and smiled. This murder couldn't have come at a better time. Chapter 4. I moved smoothly into warrior pose, my left leg extended behind me, my right leg at 90 degrees, and my hand pointed straight up to the ceiling. I exhaled and focused on lighting the candle across the room while holding the pose. The rest of the afternoon had flown by as I talked privately with Vin. While we normally terrorized each other, he seemed to have a great deal of respect for my abilities. He seemed to tease out every detail, and I did my best to share everything I could. We had hidden from the marshal in a supply closet. We had sat with our legs pressed up against each other in the small pine-scented room. The candle was engulfed in flames, then disappeared, leaving a pool of molten candle wax. Badger pulled out another candle and placed it in the center of the tray. Ella, I don't want to know what you are thinking about. Cut it out and focus. The compact man barked at me. Sorry, Badger. My embarrassment heated my whole face. I shook slightly as my fatigued muscles threatened to give out. I wanted to collapse on the hand-woven rug on my loft living room floor, but I pushed on. A small tendril of smoke started to rise from the replacement candle, and I doubled my efforts. I had only a moment to gasp before a cup full of water splashed across my face and I fell over. Sputtering, I wiped my face and turned to Bear. What was that about? I could ask you the same thing. You caught on fire again. You haven't done that in months. What's going on? He towered over me, hairy all over and long-limbed like the bears he was nicknamed after. His gentle eyes and calm demeanor, more teddy bear than grizzly, had been a nice compliment to Badger's tightly wound determination. With others, he would be terrifying, but not with me. Like Vin, Bear owned his own security firm, though his exact jobs were unknown to me. I wiped off my eyes and scrubbed my face. Patagonia meowed and licked some water off my shoulder. The tank top was singed all across the front. Dang it, I love this top. Badger sat on the couch. Is your distraction related to your thoughts earlier? You're worse than normal. He avoided my eyes and for the first time I had ever seen looked uncomfortable. Is this about a man? I gasped and looked away. No! I got up off the floor and threw on a sweatshirt. Why can't I practice my magic while doing something cool like karate or capoeira? What is capoeira? Sexy Brazilian dance fighting. I stretched out the Charlie horse in my thigh. First off, never mention that to me again. We are never doing that. Secondly, why do you need to learn to fight physically? You are learning magic for a reason. I shifted my position and stretched out the other side. Then why do anything? I could go so much faster if I wasn't bent into a pretzel. Besides, lighting a candle is hardly a skill that will protect me in a fight. Lighting a candle is a metaphor, Ella. Badger's phone went off with a chirp. He pulled it from his pocket and gave it a quick glance before dropping it on the coffee table. Anyone can do magic when it's easy. That's why so many mages have cushy often jobs, performing the same type of magic over and over. You need to do something that distracts you, pushes you, gets your blood pumping and your focus fuzzy. You need to learn how to do magic when it's hard. Otherwise, you'll end up dead. Until then, there's no point in teaching you defensive or proactive magic. You couldn't perform it anyway. Bear sat up. Ease up a bit, Badger. You'll scare the girl. We don't know why Bull hit her, and he had his reasons, and neither of us is doing her a favor pretending that the mage world isn't a dangerous place, even with us looking after her. If I didn't interrupt them soon, they would argue about my safety until the familiars came home. But wouldn't a martial art be more fun? Badger turned from glaring at Bear to answer. Maybe, but I don't know any. I only know yoga for my bad back. And are you even trying to shield your thoughts? That should always be your priority. Like me and my father before me, Badger had the ability to read people's emotions, though he said it was much, much weaker than mine. Most mages had at least some talent at it. A companion skill was being able to shield my emotions, though I was having a harder time making it consistent. It reminded me of an observation. I noticed today that I can't really read the emotions of some people, but I can others. Crap on a cracker, are you dating someone? No, what? Why would you even ask that? I turned away. Because the only reason you can't read emotions from someone is that the bond between you is getting stronger. That affects your ability to read them. Who is he? The phone chirped again, but he ignored it. Bear chuckled. It could be any kind of relationship. That girl she trains with or her mother, the teacher. You told me that you're having more trouble reading her recently, remember? He turned to me. Don't let his attitude fool you. He's fond of you, kiddo. We both are. And if you're thinking of dating someone, just talk to us first. We want to keep you safe. Thanks. I gave them both a smile before focusing on my foot. I massaged it, working on a sore spot while gathering my thoughts. There was no point to discussing Vin yet. There was nothing to even say. I hadn't really noticed how few emotions I was picking up, since I spent every second around Bear, Badger, Vin, Annie Ann, and Vanessa. I didn't go out or even shop anymore. Even my groceries were delivered. It was only when I had spent a good chunk of time in the convention hall, surrounded by people with strong emotions, that I had made the connection that I couldn't read Vin. But it still begged the question. Why? Badger shrugged. No idea. My mom used to say that it was natural selection, that any mother that could read her child's emotions all the time never would have any offspring that lived long enough to breed. But it's not just reading emotions that's affected. Many spells are adversely affected by the strong bond. There's a whole book on the theory that love in all its forms, from friendship to mentorship to romantic love, is basically a form of magic that counters many other magical spells. I gave you the book a few months ago. Haven't you read it? When would I have time? Maybe if we didn't train every night, or if you let me tell Annie Ann that I'm training so she gave me a day off, I would have time. Badger's phone chirped again, and Patagonia leapt onto the coffee table to inspect it. After a few sniffs, she batted it off the table, then lay on the table in the spot the phone had occupied. Badger bent over and picked up the phone, brushed the dust off of it, and tucked it into a pocket. No, you can't tell them about us. We don't know why your father hid you and what or who he feared. I want you to quit going there altogether. No, they're helping me. They already know that I didn't know I was a mage, and they gave me all those files about my dad's work for them. The answer could be in there. They gave you what they wanted to give you. Have you found anything in them? After I had helped them solve a series of unexplained deaths, Olivia had given me every file the casino had on the times my father had worked for them. I had only given them a quick look because nothing stood out. No, nothing so far, but once I have some free time to really read them over, I might. Like if you gave me a week off? Badger's phone chirped. Patagonia jumped down from the table and stomped over to him to chew on the laces of his boot. Bear stood up. Enough. We have this argument every week, and I'm getting sick of it. Badger, will you answer the darned phone, please? We keep having it because you won't back me up. Badger pulled the phone out of his pocket, and Patagonia started to crawl up his leg, reaching toward it with the paw. Why can't your familiar be lazy and sleep 23.5 hours a day like everyone else's? I swear this cat can't be more in your face if she was a scarf. Give it here, you flea-bitten. Got it. I hid a chuckle as Patagonia stretched out to her full length to reach the phone, but slipped and landed on the floor on her back. She narrowed her eyes at Badger, then turned tail and sauntered over for a scratch. She flopped across my shin, her long, lean body looking like a big furry noodle draped over my leg. I scratched behind her ears, her purring giving me energy. Badger snapped his ancient flip phone closed. You gotta be kidding me. Ella, is there something about your day that you forgot to tell us? About a cheese convention? Oh, that. I had hoped it wouldn't come up. Don't worry, they made sure that no one saw me do the reading, and they got me out of there before the marshal arrived to investigate. Bear came back from the kitchen with several bottles of water and tossed me one. Why was the marshal there? Because of the murder. Badger's eyebrows shot up. Murder? Yes, I thought that's what you were talking about. I unscrewed the top of my water and took a long drink. No, I just heard that Jake Markson had a heart attack today. Who was murdered? Why didn't I hear about it? When did it happen? How did it happen? Go on, answer. Bear grabbed a pillow off the couch and chucked it hard at Badger's head, catching him in the air. Calm down, Badger. You're wound up tighter than a familiar in a room full of rocking chairs. Give the girl a moment to speak. I gulped down my water. Like you said, a man had a heart attack and died. They cleared the room and Vin asked me to do a reading. I didn't get anything on that guy, but I did pick up something. We walked around until I recognized a place, and it turned out that a man had been crushed underneath Granner's world's largest wedge of cheese. Bear perked up a bit. How far away was the murder site when you started? Oh, I don't know, like the opposite end of the convention hall. You've seen the convention hall at the Golden Pyramid, right? Yeah, it's pretty big. You're getting stronger to be able to pick up the murder from that far. Who was the victim? And you said the marshal was there? Badger was intense as he cross-examined me. Michael something. They said he had been the cheese president but stepped down. I used my ability to check and saw that he had snuck in one night to find something, and when he went to pick up the object, he was crushed underneath a big block of cheese. Michael Peatman? And no one knew he was dead until then? The cheese is enormous and completely hid the body underneath it. Vin had to bring in a bunch of people to flip it onto its side, and underneath they found Michael. He was flatter than a pancake. Vin then called the marshal and told us to get out of there. Badger scrubbed his face. This is bad. I want you out of there. No! I pursed my lip to hold back what I really wanted to say. Bear interrupted the start of what was bound to be the same old fight between Badger and me. We can't stop you from going, but can you at least listen to our advice? I softened a little. It was a reasonable request. Fine. Stay away from the marshal. He controls this area, and if he wants, he has the right to dig into who you are. That would be trouble. Just steer clear of him. Vanessa couldn't really explain what he does beyond that he's really powerful, that he's in charge of justice for the area we live in, and that he's not a good dude. Why would the guy in charge of policing not be on the up and up? Something I've wondered myself. Bear leaned back and scratched his hairy forearm. You're going to stay out of this, right? We can't make you quit, but you will be careful. I'll be quiet as a mouse. Badger stood up and grabbed a notebook to scribble in. Fine. then I'm going to change our training for tonight. 20 reps of the tree pose while lighting a candle, and you will shield your mind." He clapped his hands. "Come on, that's just the beginning, and if we go quickly, I think we can finish by 3. Racing into the Golden Pyramid the next morning, I was nursing a full body ache that even magic couldn't completely get rid of. I had spent an extra 30 minutes meditating and working on a spell to heal my body and shield my mind. That made me late, and then the employee parking area was closed. I pushed through the massive front doors and was practically thrown back onto the sidewalk by the intense emotions of the early morning gambling crowd. I hadn't gone through the main casino in months. At that time, I had been a baby in my magical abilities, catching only the edges of emotions. I stopped at the entrance, giving the security guard I recognized a nod of acknowledgement, then took a cleansing breath. I fortified my mental shield, not just to protect my mind from being read, but also to block some of the outside emotions from overtaking me. Once I felt in control again, I hitched my bag onto my shoulder and took a step, immediately stumbling over Patagonia. I rolled my eyes. She could pop in at any point to join me, and her favorite place was 2 inches in front of my feet as I was walking. I loved having her around. After years of never having a pet, I couldn't imagine being all alone again. She was a warm lump in my bed, though a bit of a cover hog. She was extremely large for a cat, but was still amazing how much space she could take up on a king-size bed and in front of my feet. I walked around her, expecting her to fall into step next to me, but instead she jetted off the carpeted path and ran between 2 rows of computerized slot machines, their displays flashing and beeping. "Dang it, Patagonia," I muttered. The slot machines, like many in the gambling city of Rambler, Nevada, were more like video games. The dials that spun consisted of animated images and characters. There were a few morning gamblers sprinkled throughout, pressing buttons on the machines. Each device had a theme, ranging from famous television shows or movies to the quite tongue-in-cheek witch-themed machines. Black cats that vaguely resembled Patagonia spun on the dial next to witches, pointed hats, pumpkins, broomsticks, and cauldrons. Patagonia paused at the end of the aisle, her thick black tail flicking back and forth. Her eyes were narrowed as though she was frustrated with my slow pace. I trotted to catch up, but before I could, she dashed off to the right. By the time I turned the corner, Patagonia had darted around another bank of machines and disappeared. I muttered an apology to a woman wearing a felted wedge of Lindbergh as a hat, with authentic smell and a blue ribbon, and I slowed down rather than risk face-planting into someone. Patagonia would be fine. She wasn't a normal cat that would be stolen or lost, and if I couldn't find her, she would pop back to me later. After weaving through some marine life-inspired slot machines, I found Patagonia. Her furry body was pressed up to an elderly woman's frame. The woman was wearing a pink checked shirt tucked into jeans. A pink leather belt with a buckle the size of a dessert plate sparkled with rhinestones, and matching pink cowboy hat and boots finished off the outfit. Her husband at her side had a matching pink shirt with creases so stiff they could cut a wedge of nice Gouda. I gulped hard. The couple, Gertrude and Ralph, were seers that worked for the casino. The last time I had seen them, Gertrude had had a vision that she had told me. Her advice had saved my life, but the experience had been an awful one I didn't want to repeat anytime soon. Why had Patagonia brought me here? I turned tail to run, but before I could make it a single step, Patagonia tripped me. As I crawled back to my feet, Patagonia jumped up to put her paws on Gertrude's thigh and rubbed her head on Gertrude's chest. "Patagonia, down!" I commanded, mostly to buy time as I figured out how to calm my breathing. "Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Preston." Ralph raised a frail hand in greeting. It shook slightly, but his voice was strong. "Ella, I knew we were meeting someone this morning. I guess it's you." Gertrude held out a hand to me that I wrapped in my own. "How are you doing this morning?" Her hand was bony and cold in mine. She looked up from Patagonia, her eyes white rather than the watery blue irises I expected. This happened when she had a vision, and I bit my lower lip to keep from gasping in shock. She reached out with her other hand and clasped it in mine as she leaned forward, her slight weight resting in my grip. Her hands were growing colder by the second, and I wrapped my hands around them, willing warmth into them. When she finally spoke, her voice was hollow and sounded as though it was coming from a great distance. "You are hiding things, protecting yourself. It is important. Those that will harm you do not know yet to look for you, but they will. You must train and be strong, so hide as long as possible." She gulped and gasped for air, her labored breathing loud. Ralph stroked her back and made gentle noises. Her grip weakened, and I held on to her hands, which were so cold they burned in my own. Patagonia yowled in distress and pressed up against Gertrude. "You must hide. You must," she begged, tears starting to fill her blind eyes. "I will," I assured her. She nodded and seemed to be calmed by my promise. Taking a gulping breath, she continued, "Follow the old ways, the narrow path. It'll give you the protection you need. The old ways." The old ways and narrow paths were phrases I had seen mentioned in a few books I had skimmed, but the exact meaning were unknown to me. They related to a style of training or lifestyle or maybe an attitude. I would dig out a book tonight to read up on it. "Okay, Gertrude, I will." Her hand shook slightly as she exhaled and screwed her eyes shut. Patagonia stopped meowing and came to my side, and Gertrude opened her eyes, the irises back in place and her pupils wide. She blinked hard several times as she readjusted to the bright flashing lights of the slot machine. Ralph took her hands from mine and looked into her eyes. "How are you feeling, Gertie?" "Oh, I'm very tired, and I don't remember clearly. Was it what I feared?" "No, dear, but you did tell her to follow the old ways." She turned to me. "And you will listen, won't you? You must." I patted her shoulder, which was angular and bony under her cotton shirt. Yes. Are you okay?" "Just very, very tired. The visions have been coming more often, and they wear me out. I will speak with you soon, but I must rest. Please do heed the warning. One of my girls had a similar warning, and she didn't listen." Tears spilled out of her eyes and followed the wrinkles in her pale skin down to her chin, where they dropped off. There, Gertie. Ella will listen, won't you, dear?" He nodded at me, encouraging me to answer in agreement. Yes, of course. You can see the future and give me advice. Why would I ignore that?" I was slightly off balance, probably due to the adrenaline coursing through my system. The rest of the casino had faded away during her vision, but now everything was too bright and loud. I really wanted a few minutes to sort through my feelings. "We'll go home and rest today, but very soon we will meet with you, Ella, to talk about things. Give you some advice. Come on, Gertie." He turned her and slowly walked away, but hesitated. Turning back over his shoulder, he addressed me again. "This has brought up some bad memories for us." His voice was sad and heavy with meaning that I could only guess at. "Wait, let me help you." I started after them, but Patagonia hooked her claw into my jean pant leg and the calf beneath it. Raph gestured to a young man. "No, go on. Gertie needs to rest and we have help." The young man offered an arm to Gertrude. He was unspectacular in every way and blended into the background so seamlessly that I was unsure if he had always been nearby or just appeared. "Remember that visions are just for the recipients." Chapter 5. I shivered as I packed another tote and set it on the pile on the table. Since I had spoken to Gertrude and Ralph, I hadn't been able to shake the cold that permeated my bones. My hands especially were stiff and white. Patrons of the cheese festival were crowded outside the entrance, and as I wove through the crowd, I had picked up snippets and whispers of discussion. The heart attack and subsequent murder discovery had been on most tongues. But that hadn't been the only topic being discussed. Ripples of fear had danced around one group as they discussed the marshal and his goons, though they changed the topic once I was close. And several times I heard Granner mentioned, sometimes mixed with annoyance or a flare of suspicion. But in general, the crowd had mostly been filled with curiosity, and hunger, of course, as they waited for the show to open. Unable to locate Annie Ann or Vanessa, I debated poking around the convention, possibly running into Vin. But when I caught a glimpse of the marshal entering, I turned around and went back to the room to stuff more totes. Given our failure to finish the bags yesterday, they would be needed. In the quiet of the room, I had nothing to do but ponder the message I had received from the seers. I had tried to search online, but already knew I wouldn't find anything. Mages had not embraced the World Wide Web. I couldn't discuss the vision itself with anyone for fear that I would affect the future, but I could maybe find a casual way to discuss what it meant to follow the old ways. Patagonia jumped into my lap and pressed her face against mine, a sure sign that she knew I was in deep thought. She needed the comfort, and frankly, so did I. I finished the last tote and pushed back from the table to focus on Patagonia and all the little areas on her that needed some scratching attention. Her fur vibrated under my fingers as she purred and started to warm up, and my fingers loosened. I closed my eyes and pressed my face against hers as her whiskers tickled my face. When the door to the room opened, I was feeling better. Vanessa stood in the doorway in a short outfit with her hair in 2 braids, one dangling over each shoulder. Her top was a long-sleeve, loose-fitted white shirt that dipped down very low to display her cleavage. The red skirt flared out as she spun to show off. The look was completed by a huge black corset that pulled her slim middle into an extreme hourglass. She looked like she was about to serve beers at Oktoberfest. And dangling from a hanger hooked over her fingers was a matching outfit. "Here, put this on. We're going to save the day." She tossed it onto the table. "What?" I stared between her and the costume draped across the table. "It's our disguise." "What?" She rolled her eyes at me and closed the door behind her. "Stop saying that and put it on." I started to stand, pausing to let Patagonia jump off my lap, then went over to feel the costume. The fabric was stiff and scratchy. A label in the back of the shirt listed Rambler Costumes as the owner. "You need to stop and explain what in the world you are thinking." She blew out her breath in a huff. "We're going to dress as pretzel girls and hand out Granner's pretzel bites and cheese sauce all over the convention." I waited for her to continue, but she didn't. "What am I missing? You said we were going to save the day and we need a disguise. What does that have to do with handing out pretzels?" I rubbed my arms to warm up more. Maybe the brush with the seers had also affected my brain. "I can't believe I have to spell this out for you. We're going to solve the murder and make sure that they don't pin it on Granner." She tossed the costume at me. My eyebrows flew up as the outfit hit my chest and fell to the floor. "They think Granner did it?" Patagonia pounced on the pile of fabric to chew on the strings of the waist cincher. "That seems to be the leading theory this morning. And Mage justice isn't like that stuff on television where they catch the bad guy. Mages tend to take care of things with accidents. Or worse, they get shunned from society because everyone believes they are guilty. It's a fate worse than death. Whole families can get cut off." "So the marshal isn't going to catch the killer?" She shrugged. "Maybe. It happens sometimes. Then the person gets passed up the chain of command for imprisonment. But the position is all about politics rather than sleuthing. If we can find the killer and prove they did it, then the marshal won't have any choice but to capture the guilty, and Granner's name will be cleared." No one could really believe that your great-great-grandmother killed that man. Could they? I picked up the costume from the floor and dangled the strings over Patagonia, who batted at them and gnawed on the ends. Totally. They're already saying it. He was found under her cheese. Like she could have picked it up. She could barely lift her purse. Oh, Ella, it's not like she picked it up by hand.
Whoever did it used magic, and the spell would have been prepared weeks before. You need to think more like a mage and less like a human."
She shuddered at the idea. "Vin can find the killer. We don't need to do anything." Vin was smart and ran security for the casino. He was far more prepared than we were to solve this.
"If he could, he would, but the marshal expects him to be at his beck and call. Vin was complaining this morning. That's when I put together my plan. Vin is the point person for the casino and can't run his own investigation. That's why we need to do it."
"I think I should stay here. I don't want to run into the marshal. It doesn't feel safe." A prickle of unease crawled up my back.
"We're not going to do anything dangerous. It's not like I'll pull out a light to interrogate people. We'll just pretend to help Granner, and if someone happens to say something, then so be it."
She checked her watch.
"Besides, you don't want to hang out in here. The marshal will be here in 5 minutes to set up camp."
"Why didn't you tell me?" I grabbed my purse off the table and raced to the door. "You've got a deal, but we must keep it low-key." I tugged on the skirt to pull the hem as low as possible without sliding the waistband out from under the corset. Smoothing out the shirt, I imagined Vin seeing me and adjusted the neckline just a tiny bit lower.
"Exhale and I'll tighten up the corset."
Vanessa wrapped the cords around her hand and gently pulled. "It doesn't need to be too tight." Oh! All my breath was pushed out of my lungs as she pressed her knee against my back and pulled hard on the cords. I grabbed the bathroom counter and wheezed. "Easy!" She tied a bow, hopefully with a quick release in case I passed out, and tucked the laces back under the corset.
"There! You look awesome!"
I gave a little spin and admired myself in the mirror. I'll admit that it does make my waist look nice.
"Here!"
She pulled out a few bobby pins and passed them to me.
"You have some loose hair."
I pinned back hair tangling in my face and patted the long red braids which reached past my waist. My hair had been long since before I started training, but had steadily grown. If I didn't get some time off to get a trim, I would need to hack it off myself before I started tripping over them. Shuddering at the thought, I focused on the task at hand. Go check that the marshal and his goons are out of the hallway before I leave. I watched my reflection take another spin while Vanessa leaned on the door. The costume wasn't high quality and I was already sweating, but it actually was kind of cute.
"Come on, Ella."
I grabbed my purse and followed her out the door, holding it open for Patagonia, who had a piece of toilet paper attached to her rear foot. With a giggle, I leaned over and pulled it off. As I stood and turned, I ran smack into someone. "Why are you two dressed like that?" Vin asked, though his eyes lingered on me a bit longer than on Vanessa. "We're going to help Granner pass out samples." I gave a spin that lifted my skirt a little and exposed my legs all the way down to my black ballet flats. His eyes flicked down briefly, then snapped back up. "You look like that little girl from that book, the one in the Alps. Heidi. Or maybe Pippi Longstocking with your long red braids. Perhaps you should stick them straight out to the side." I harumphed at his non-sexy comparison, wishing again that I could read his emotions, which he kept off his face. He stepped in closer and lowered his voice. "Are you two planning on checking out the murder?" "Let me guess." I crossed my arms across my middle, mostly because I was annoyed, but the lift to my chest was a benefit. "You want us to stay away and not get involved in your little investigation, right?" "Actually, I was hoping you would nose around and have some ideas of what you should do." "What's the catch?" I looked at Vanessa, who shrugged in reply. Vin looked over his shoulder. "The marshal wants me to stay with him, and he has my whole team at his disposal, so I can't investigate myself. And frankly, he's more concerned with politics than with solving the case. That's convenient for him, but I want this casino and Granner cleared of all wrongdoing." I pursed my lips and nodded. "Fair enough. What do you want us to do?" "First off, try to keep below everyone's radar. I don't need to be making excuses for either of you if you goof up." He gave his sister a meaningful look before turning back to me. But specifically, I have Raymond in the security office pulling up footage from the night that the murder must have happened. I'm not sure if Michael arrived in a cab, bus, or whatever. I'm hoping that he drove a car or maybe had a friend drop him off. If it was either of those, then maybe you can find something before the marshal realizes it. Give Raymond about an hour, then head over, but make sure to stay out of the marshal's way. He has already asked casually about Mom's new apprentice. I was able to give him a vague answer to distract him, but next time I might not be so lucky. A little chill went down my spine at the thought of the marshal asking after me. We'll be careful and totally inconspicuous. Vin grabbed my arm, his thumb gently rubbing across my skin. Be careful, and try to keep Vanessa out of trouble. She attracts it. He turned to leave. I placed a hand over the spot he had touched. Whatever hesitation I had had about investigating slowly melted away. What kind of trouble could I get into just listening and talking to Raymond? You heard him, Vanessa. Let's get to work. The convention hall was not as crowded as it had been the day before, and a few vendor spaces were now empty. We passed the location Granner's booth had occupied. In its place was a bare expanse of carpeting fresh from a deep cleaning. Gold poles and velvet rope discouraged people from standing in the space, though everyone was already giving it a wide berth. A grim man stood nearby, studying the passing crowd. Like with the booth, people made wide circles to avoid passing too close to him. He exuded a negative energy like a foul smell that pushed people away. His skin was sallow and taut, pulled tight over his cheekbones. An orange cat sat at his feet, tail twitching back and forth as it surveyed the crowd through narrowed eyes like its master. I pulled my shoulders forward and tried to shrink from sight as we walked past. The man's eyes slipped over me, pausing only long enough to see me before moving on to Vanessa. His boredom registered with me enough to know that once I moved on, he would forget me. I thought Vanessa had missed him until her hand reached out to grab mine more tightly than necessary. We turned the corner before I heard her let out a breath she had been holding. Oh, crap on a croissant! I didn't realize Peter was here with the marshal. Patagonia pressed into my side, gently trembling. Who was that? Peter Bruno. This murder has brought out every scary man in town. She shivered before dragging me down the aisle. What's his deal? I paused to scoop up Patagonia. She was pressed in so close I was bound to trip over her otherwise. He's just creepy and scary. He worked for the marshal or with him or something. Sometimes when we used to visit town, before Uncle Edward was killed, we would attend big important functions hosted here. But since we moved here to help Olivia take over her dad's business, she hasn't asked us to attend. I think she wants it to be clear who's in charge. Oh, look, there's Granner. We approached a section with a sign marking Rambler Local Businesses. Granner's booth was tacked onto the end of the row, jutting out past all the other rows. It had been relocated, and the center of the booth was markedly empty without the world's largest wedge of cheese dominating the space. Granner leaned on a cabinet that bordered her only neighbor as she chatted away with the 20-something woman on the other side. The woman, with her distinctive asymmetric bob, was wearing a Big M dairy apron and was the same person who had asked us questions yesterday when Vanessa had accidentally announced Michael's murder. Granner had an ancient cat at her elbow on the countertop, the completely white face blending into the gray fur that covered the rest of the body. Its shoulder blades stuck out through the thin coat. Granner absently stroked behind the cat's ears. I can't believe it! This is the first year I got out of the local vendor section, and suddenly I'm back again. I swear Michael did this to me from beyond the grave. A pain in my patootie one last time. The gal opposite her nodded in agreement. Him and those stupid $700 green boots that he loved. Oh, Granner, I think we have customers. She had cut herself off suddenly, probably embarrassed to be mocking the fashion sense of a dead man. Regret and some other negative emotion I couldn't identify drifted off of her as she turned and suddenly became engrossed in cleaning her milkshake machine. Granner gasped as she looked us up and down. "What in the Sam Heel are you girls wearing?" Annie Ann stood up from digging in a box. "Thank goodness you're here. When they moved the booth over here, they just threw everything into boxes and... What are you girls? Are you dressed as those sexy Japanese cartoon girls?" My cheeks heated up as I turned to Vanessa. "I thought Granner wanted us to wear these. Why am I wearing this?" I tucked my purse away in a cabinet, hoping turning away would hide my embarrassed face for a moment. "She did. She said to get something appropriate for passing out pretzels." Granner chuckled and she scooped the ancient familiar off the cabinet to put her on a silk pillow on the floor. They mirrored each other, fragile, ancient, and thin. They couldn't weigh more than 100 pounds combined, but there was a stiff resolve underpinning them that made me doubt that they were really helpless. "I meant like black pants, but this will work. But don't let any man grab at your goodies. Annie, dear, help me put some pretzels on a tray, but not whole pretzels. I want to cut them up. I'm not made of money." Annie Ann looked at Vanessa and rolled her eyes and mouthed, "So cheap." She got out a knife to cut the soft pretzels into small pieces as Granner opened 2 containers of soft cheese to dip the morsels in. Granner totted over to place the 2 containers on 2 trays. "Annie, those are too big. Girls, you make sure that no one double dips their pretzel. 1 dip per sample. And for heaven's sakes, only 1 sample each." Annie Ann pursed her lips and adjusted her knife to cut the pieces smaller. "No, still too big. At least half that." "If I make them any smaller, there won't be enough to dip in the cheese," Annie Ann exclaimed. "Give that to me. I'll do it myself." Granner huffed while her gnarled fingers reached for the knife. "Never mind, I'll do like you asked." "You're a good girl, Annie." Granner stood on her tiptoes and gave her a peck on the cheek. She then went to work organizing the trays to her satisfaction. I leaned over to Vanessa and lowered my voice. "Do they always fight like that?" Vanessa finished reapplying her lipstick using her phone's front-facing camera like a mirror. "What are you talking about? That's not fighting. It's like you've never seen... Oh." Her face turned red as she changed the subject. "Mom says that Granner just doesn't want to accept that she's a grown-up." I had a good guess about what she had been about to say. The one time the topic of my mother had come up, I had rather curtly informed her that I didn't want to discuss it, even with her, who I confided in every other subject. I would mention that I never talked to my father that way, but then she might be the one to remind me of a topic painful for her. She was more open about losing her father, but it wasn't a pleasant issue. We stood awkwardly until Granner brought over the trays and handed me a whole pretzel. "Here, take a sampling. This is my famous beer cheese, perfect for dipping." I tore a piece off the twisted pretzel and wiped it through the dip. A bit of cheese dripped onto my finger, so hot it almost burned me. "Ouch!" Granner handed me a napkin. "Be careful. The magic is set to keep it piping hot for hours." I wiped my hands, then blew off the rising puff of steam before popping the bite into my mouth. The pretzel was soft and chewy. I groaned with pleasure when the heady, savory flavor of the cheese hit my palate. The aged cheddar was perfectly smooth with hints of garlic and hops. I grabbed another sample, dragged it through the golden sauce, and popped it into my mouth. The risk of burning the roof of my mouth was worth it. I plowed through the whole pretzel, bite after bite. Each time the flavor was as pleasant and surprisingly tasty as the first bite had been. Annie Ann raised a hand to block my attempt as I reached for a brand new pretzel to continue chowing my way through the fondue. "Easy. You do know that magic food is addictive, right?" I pulled my hand back. I had been warned before, but had forgotten in the moment. The world spun slightly around me, and I grabbed Vanessa at my side for balance. "Whoa!" Vanessa giggled.
And alcoholic, or at least this cheese is because of the beer. It's got quite a kick to it.
I licked my lips, grabbing every hint of flavor. Surely most of the alcohol burns off in cooking.
It's magical, Ella.
She dramatically rolled her eyes, then hiccuped.
Lightweights?
Granner beamed with pride.
You really like it, don't you?
I nodded and stood on my toes, feeling buoyant as the alcohol in the cheese hit my bloodstream. How long had it been since I'd had a drink? I don't think I've ever had anything this good.
I like her. Well, go on, you two. Get me some customers, and remember, no tasters under 21.
We walked up and down the aisles, avoiding the row in which Peter and his menacing familiar continued to glare at the attendees. We passed out samples and tried to pick up gossip by mentioning poor Michael, but we didn't get as much knowledge as we had hoped. In the feta section, we tasted cheese that released no odor until it was in your mouth. The owners, a red-headed couple with olive skin, politely nodded and murmured that it was very sad, but admitted to only having met him a few times before at previous conventions. We wandered through the soft cheese square, where brie, camembert, and queso fresco's delicate textures lured us to stop for some samples. I bought a block of sheep cheese that had been spelled to spread evenly on even the most delicate and crumbly of crackers. Once again, the vendor had only a passing knowledge of Michael from the cheese convention and had no useful information about him. But they were able to share some knowledge about his wife. She was from Estonia and had refused to move to America with him when he got the job, instead insisting on staying overseas and making him split his time between the two countries. That had severely limited his opportunity to be available to anyone outside of his home turf of Northern California and the state next door, Nevada, which he seemed very fond of. We passed out the last of the pretzel samples and directed people toward Granner's booth before finding the section of the convention devoted to vendors that also sold wine. Many were from Napa Valley in Northern California, where Michael had lived. While we were tasting a $500 wine guaranteed to pair perfectly with any cheese, the owner chatted with us about Michael. His answers were polite but distant, until Vanessa started pulling together an order of light white wines and deep burgundy reds. By that time, he was willing to share some of the more juicy details. Michael sure liked to throw his weight around. It didn't get him too far in the valley since no supernatural guidelines could compete with the stringent California laws. But over the past year, he seemed to spend every spare minute here in Rambler. He said he was attending to the growing cheese industry, but I wondered. I tried to control my voice. What do you think he was up to? I figured he was having an affair, but then, I don't know, just rumors, I suppose. I lightly tapped Vanessa with my foot and nodded toward him as he packed up one box of wine. She nodded back. I really wanted more wine, but I'm not sure. We have some lovely wines from Europe. You should get some. I followed up. What were the rumors you heard? He looked between us and sighed. Pulling out the wines and handing them to Vanessa, he answered me. Nothing concrete, but I have family out here. Beth works in this casino. She's like a 7th or 8th cousin, and she said to stay away from him. He had some scam going on. I was going to ask her more about it when the family got together this summer, but then Michael quit as president of the cheese board and I forgot. That was all he knew. With our sample trays empty, and each of us lugging a huge box of wine costing more than my car, we waddled back to Granner's booth. I can't believe he even knows his 8th cousin. You weren't kidding about families being close, were you? I walked slowly, afraid to trip over Patagonia and drop the precious cargo. It must be cool to have such tight-knit, loving families. Vanessa made an odd noise next to me as though she had bitten into a bad peach. What was that supposed to mean? I grunted and adjusted the box in my arms. I need to rest for a second. She tottered over to an empty table that had been left behind when the vendors had packed up their wares and left the booth otherwise empty.
You know that staying close to your family isn't all hugs and kisses and stuff, right?
I rolled my shoulders, working the kinks out of them. Of course, I mean, all families fight and bicker. Vanessa blew out a sigh while working her jaw back and forth.
It's more than that. I don't want you to get the wrong idea because my family is really happy. Mom, Vin, and I are super close with Olivia and Granner, but not every family is like that. There's jealousy and rivalry and other stuff.
But everyone has magic, so you can have whatever you want.
That's exactly it, the magic. Remember when your dad died, you inherited his magic?
I nodded grimly. I hadn't known I was a mage, and the loss of my father, along with my untrained magic, had caused havoc in my life and eventually led to 5 years of isolation as I tried to deal with a situation I couldn't possibly understand. Right. It's like money. When they pass it on, it goes to the kids, same way that I got all his savings. We actually hadn't talked about it too much beyond how it had affected me. As an only child, I had inherited everything.
Yes, money is a great analogy. So like money, some of it gets eaten up at the moment of death, but the rest goes to the family. Thousands of years ago, people believed that it always went to the eldest son. The wife and daughters were just out of luck. Or so they thought.
Oh, that's interesting.
Totally. So there is no way to really test how much magic someone has, which was useful for females in a time when they were treated like chattel. Then there was a famous mage, Richard Benini. He was a king, and even though he had a son, he doted on his daughter Gabriella. She was young and beautiful, and he gave her the best education, which was unusual for the time. He died suddenly, with many believing that his son Matthew murdered him for his crown, title, and magic.
How terrible.
Totally. At the funeral, Matthew told Gabriella that she was to marry a man to whom Matthew owed money. The man was cruel and ugly. Gabriella refused, saying that she intended instead to continue to train in magic. Things escalated until Matthew flew into a rage and tried to kill her. He cast a powerful spell at her to silence her, but she easily knocked it aside. Over and over again, he threw magic at her, and she easily bested him and begged him to stop. By that time, all of the people from the funeral, thousands, were watching as they fought. He was supposed to be the most powerful man in the land, and yet she was standing up to him.
Patagonia crawled into my lap. I scratched behind her ears, hanging on Vanessa's every word.
Finally, he cast some dark, terrible spell. She tried to bat it aside, but it turned back on him, crushing his throat along with every bone in his body. I could go into more detail, but...
She shuddered.
Anyway, no one dared to go against her, and they named her king. It got people questioning the whole belief of how magic was passed down. People still fought it for years, but within a few generations, things started to change.
So how does it get passed down?
Definitely through family lines, but that is where the bonds between people come into account. The stronger the bond, the more they get. There is something, too, about how close a blood relation you are.
I thought of my father and me. He had always said there was only the two of us left. What if there are no tight bonds with blood relations?
It would go back up the family line to whatever family member was closest. It's a bit fuzzy and we could ask Mom, but be prepared for a long lecture about the philosophy of magical inheritance.
I chewed on my fingernail. I had no living family as far as I knew, but somewhere there had to be someone. If something happened to me, where would my magic go? I shivered at the thought. Perhaps sensing my train of thought, Vanessa stood up and heaved the box of wine into her arms.
Come on, we should get back to the booth, unless you're done investigating.
I leaped to my feet. I forgot. Come on, we have a murderer to find. Chapter 6. We eased down the aisle, heading to the local vendors area where Granner's booth was. When we passed a novelty cheese booth, I slowed down to gawk at some of the most disgusting merchandise I had ever seen. Cheese had been incorporated into things that should never be mixed with dairy. Rolls of cheese-scented wallpaper stood at attention. A line of feminine hygiene products available in either feta or cheddar scent had me holding a hand to my mouth in shock. The stack of yellow brie bubble gum was laid out next to Parmesan toothpaste. I paraphrased a line from a dinosaur disaster movie. Just because you can make something with magic doesn't mean you should. Vanessa laughed.
Oh, they're fun. The kind of things you get in your Christmas stocking or your Easter basket. I have the toothpaste in my purse.
You brush your teeth with that? My stomach rolled at the thought.
No, it's a powder and you sprinkle it on your food. It tastes just like Parmesan, but at the end of the meal your breath is minty fresh. I can grab you some. Perfect for dates.
I shook my head and continued down the aisle. No, thank you. Come on, Patagonia. My black cat sniffed intently at the wallpaper behind us. There were more empty booths or soon-to-be empty booths than when we had been here last. Recognizing Beth as she packed up her display of cheesecakes and cheese pastries, I called out, "Calling it a day, Beth?" She bolted upright, startled, but relaxed a little when she saw it was us. Deep furrows in her brow made her look angry, but waves of exhaustion rolled off of her. They matched up with the purple smudges under her eyes. A small spike of fear rose and faded. She had been the pastry chef at a popular Italian restaurant in the casino, and her specialty was cakes that could produce emotions in a person. But after a series of murders that included her ex-boyfriend, her then-boyfriend, and nearly herself, it had been closed, and Beth had been moved to an upscale buffet. I had run into her a half-dozen times, and each time she had reacted with fear when the sight of me reminded her of the incident. I softened my voice. "How are you doing?"
"Hey, Beth, any near-death experiences recently?"
Beth winced, but gave a good attempt at a fake laugh before turning around to slide a cooler onto a dolly. I kicked Vanessa, who mouthed, "What?" Rolling my eyes, I addressed Beth. "Are you packing up early? Can we help?"
"No, I'm good."
She kept her back to us as she loaded more boxes. I put the box of wine down and grabbed one of her boxes. I lowered my voice. "Are you doing okay?" She pursed her lips and nodded, a tear threatening to spill down her face. Sorrow, exhaustion, and a deep need for something built in her. I wasn't an effusive person and had never been one to push myself onto others, but I took a chance and wrapped my arms around her. She stiffened briefly before sagging into my arms and returning the hug. She sniffed and sobbed for a few seconds before pulling back and wiping her eyes with the cuff of her long sleeve. "I'm so embarrassed. I just haven't slept well since, I think I'm going to take a sabbatical from work, get my head on straight, maybe get some help." We nodded. Beth had been the target of a murderer, and it was only through last-second action from Vin, Vanessa, and me that she had been saved. I should have checked up on her. I had assumed that since I had survived and handled it, everyone else had as well. Obviously, Beth hadn't. "Is there anything we can do?" She brightened. "Yes, can you convince Olivia not to fire me but to let me go on a sabbatical?" I turned to Vanessa. While Olivia was technically one of my mentors since she had been present for my bonding with Patagonia, I only saw her every few weeks. She was busy running the casino, but Vanessa was her cousin and in a better position to ask for favors.
"Totally, Beth. I'll tell Olivia to cut you a break. Is that why you're leaving today?"
said Vanessa. "Michael's murder, the marshal hanging around, creepy Peter, it's all too much. I need to get out of here." She looked around and gestured. "I'm not the only one. Everyone's creeped out, both the sellers and the buyers." The murderer could have already packed up and left. Our investigation might be a waste of time, but some thought tickled the back of my brain that the killer was still around. Why I felt this, I didn't know. Maybe I was just hoping, or maybe my brain or magic knew something the rest of me didn't. Thinking of her cousin's statement, I tried to formulate a plan to ask her something else, but her delicate disposition made me want to keep it light. "Do you know why someone would want Michael gone?" Beth put a last box on the dolly and, using her foot as leverage, tipped it back and rolled it out of the booth. As she passed me, she paused and lowered her voice. "Are you guys looking into this? Like last time?" "We'll keep everything very quiet. I focused on radiating a calm, safe energy. For a few moments, as her fear spiked, I thought she might just deny knowing anything, but then the fear was replaced with hope. It's all rumors. He never bothered me, maybe because I worked here. I don't know anything for sure. But you heard things. There are a lot of rules. Sometimes people skirt the rules, and Michael had a way of finding out. I nodded, not totally sure what she was referring to. A group of men approached and started grabbing boxes. As one took the dolly from her and started to leave, she leaned over and whispered, "Talk to Granner about her beer, cheese, and Michael." After the group left, Vanessa pounced. "What did she say?" I grabbed the box of wine and started waddling down the aisle toward Granner, who was trying to talk to her neighbor, but Martha appeared to be waving her off. "We need to talk to Granner." Vanessa grabbed her box of wine and caught up just as I slid the box onto the floor of Granner's booth. "Can we talk to you in private?" Granner looked me up and down. "Do I have a booger hanging out?" "No, let's just do this over here." When she didn't move, I tried another tack. "We need help." "Oh, why didn't you say so? Kids these days can't just ask for a little help." I walked next to her as she and her ancient cat tottered over to a table near the wall. A couple of convention goers were resting their feet, but when they caught sight of her scowl, they offered her the table and practically ran off. Once we were arranged at the table with Patagonia at my feet, playfully batting at Granner's cat's tail, I started in. "Do you know something about Michael?" "Who?" She widened her watery eyes. "Michael, that man who was murdered?" When she didn't register any recognition, I sighed. "The man under your wedge of cheese?" "Oh, him!" "Yes, him. Do you know something about him?" She cocked her head to the side like a curious dog. "I'm not sure what you mean." I blew out a breath of frustration. "Something that he found out about your beer cheese?" I picked up the empty platter from the top of the box of wine and gestured with it. "Oh, you mean the blackmail?" She reached down and scooped up her familiar into her lap to pet. Vanessa's eyes were bugged out. "He was blackmailing you? About what? Granner, why didn't you tell us?" Granner waved a hand, dismissing Vanessa's concern. "Your mother would have overreacted. I had it under control." Vanessa sputtered in shock but pressed her lips together when I shot her a look. "Why don't you tell me what happened?" I asked. "It was no big deal, though he was a shady little weasel. I'm sure you know that I use dragon spit in my recipe to keep the beer cheese at a perfect temperature for dipping. Well, you aren't." "Did you say dragon spit? Please tell me that's just a cutesy name for some flower." "No, of course not. It's dragon spit." "But you don't mean a dragon like a fire-breathing monster?" Granner turned to Vanessa. "What is wrong with her?" Vanessa rolled her eyes. "She had an unusual upbringing and is a bit behind in her education." She turned to me. "Yes, dragon spit from a dragon. Now can you let Granner finish her story?" I was turned between wanting to learn more about dragons and not outing my lack of education anymore. I bit my tongue and nodded. Granner gave me a firm look up and down. "I'll talk to Annie about what she is teaching you. If you're going to train under my family, you can't be embarrassing people with your simple ways. Back to the dragon. You obviously don't know this, but in the 1800s they hunted them to near extinction worldwide. Estonia was the only place that protected them. Once the Mage community came together to protect them, you could only get a dragon spit from Estonia in person through a regulated system." "How do they get the spit?" I was scared to hear the answer, but I couldn't stop myself. "They put out big salt licks with a bowl underneath. It's very humane." She reached over and patted my arm. I was glad that no dragons were hurt in the procurement of spit, but the idea of a large bowl of dragon spit still turned my stomach. It was a good thing I was already seated so my legs couldn't go out from underneath me.
I don't know how he found out. Maybe because his wife's family is in Estonia. I've been using dragon spit from Wyoming here in the States. They have plenty of dragons here. Why should I pay all that extra money just because the regulations are years out of date?
I bit my tongue. I wanted to ask if we could see the dragons right now, but I pushed that aside to focus on the revelation Granner was sharing.
He comes to me just sweet as sugar, says he understands how difficult and expensive it is to get dragon spit, but he really should enforce the rules. Then he starts commenting on how he loves the beer cheese and he would hate for it to go away.
Vanessa nodded along in understanding.
Exactly. I offered him some to take with him and he said that he could overlook such a small infraction, but then a few months later he called to ask about a couple other products. Next thing I know, I'm sending him a box of cheese every few months.
She sat back with a smirk.
But I got even.
How? Based on her wicked smile, I was a bit scared to find out.
Once I realized this was not a one-time thing, I started adding a little something extra to his cheese. Nothing dangerous or illegal, like maybe a spell so the seam of his sock would rub on his little toe, or his fitted sheet would come off the mattress at night, or he would get those little hangnails on the corner of his fingers or toes that stick up and catch on everything, but if you pull them, they just bleed and sting something fierce. Just little stuff.
Granner, you should have told us. Vanessa reached over to pat Granner's hand on the table. She snatched her hand back.
I can take care of myself. Certainly better than old Michael could. He's dead.
I tugged on my lips as I thought. Granner didn't seem too bothered, but maybe someone else had been. Do you know if he was blackmailing anyone else?
How could I know that? It's hardly the type of thing I'd bring up at the local chapter meetings.
I stretched in my seat, catching sight of the marshal and his crew being led into the convention hall by Vin. They turned from the entrance in the opposite direction. It was time for us to get out. Thanks, Granner. This information's really helpful, but we need to get out of here. Grabbing Vanessa and calling to Patagonia, I raced from the hall. Chapter 7. Vanessa escorted me to the security room. The door was open, and inside, Raymond was studying one computer screen, and the wall beyond was covered with additional screens. One whole section of screen was blank, with just the occasional static indicating that they weren't off completely. Vanessa primped using the front-facing camera on her phone like a mirror and breathing into my face to check her breath. Cheesy, I teased her before knocking on the open door to get Raymond's attention. He jumped in the chair and spun around. Don't sneak up on me like that. He ran a hand through his hair, leaving it wild. Are you guys alone? He leaned over to peek into the hallway behind us.
Yes, Raymond,
Vanessa said in a sing-song tone and gave him a little wave with her fingertips. I cut in before they could get their flirt on. Just us. Vin asked us to come over and find out what you knew. Hey, short stuff, I like the outfit. Raymond gave Vanessa a quick wink before focusing on me again. Great. He told me you guys would probably stop by. Close the door and I'll show you what I found. I grabbed the extra rolling chair and scooted up next to him. Seeing Vanessa standing awkwardly, Raymond patted his knee. Vanessa hesitated, looking both thrilled and cautious. Grabbing a stool that had been tucked under a desk, I dragged it over to me. No need. Here. Vanessa shot me a look but sat down. I turned back to Raymond to focus. What have you figured out? A lot and not much. I edited together everything I could. He queued up a video that started with a security camera at the entrance to the parking garage. Video clips from multiple points of view had been strung together. Once the car exited the screen, the video would cut to a new angle, and the car would instantly reappear, showing how extensive the camera coverage was. A nondescript white 4-door car pulled into the structure. I was no expert at cars and would be hard-pressed to pick this car from a lineup. It was new and clean, but boring and bland. It circled the structure before pulling into a spot. The driver fiddled around for a minute or two before exiting the car and hurrying to a door to slide inside. I squinted and leaned closer to the screen. While the man's face was visible in the car's internal light, I had a hard time seeing him. He had brown hair, 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth, and yet I couldn't quite get my eyes to rest on any one of those features. I would have assumed that the video quality was awful, except I could easily see his cowboy boots, including the intricately scrolled stitching in the black and white image. When an employee who I recognized faintly from my time in the casino passed, and his features were easily identifiable, I realized more was going on than bad security equipment. Does he have some spell on his face? Oh, good, you see it too. I thought my eyes were just going bad after staring at the screen for so long. I pulled his picture here, and when I stare at both, I can tell it's the same guy, but it just doesn't look right. I haven't seen someone use this kind of spell before. Normally, disguises set off the security spells. He turned a screen to show Michael's photo. The caption showed that it was from last year's cheese convention. Following the line of the nose and eyes, I could see how it matched up with the man in the video, but I still struggled. I turned to get Vanessa's opinion. She smiled at Raymond before noticing me and focusing.
The video doesn't really show the full effect very well. If you saw it in person, you wouldn't even notice that anything was off. He would just be another random person you pass in the street. If he had spoken to someone he knows, they would have recognized him, but just thought he got a new haircut or something. The magic just keeps you from noticing him. It's not really a disguise, so it doesn't set off the alarms. That might be a useful spell for me in the future. I would need to get more information. The video continued to play until he went to a door leading inside the building, and the video ended on the closed door. That's it? Nothing in the convention center? Nope. The cameras had already been turned off. No one wants their trade secrets to get out. Even if the cameras were running, most vendors have short-distance blockers that would prevent the camera from capturing anything. He gestured to the black screens on the wall, where the convention hall camera feeds displayed when they were active. No one else has gone in since they closed that night, and no one else entered until the next morning. Just Michael. His phone chirped, and after checking it, he dove under the table and started yanking cords out of the wall sockets. The cords were connected to 2 massive power strips. Every screen went black as he muttered curse words. I thought we'd have more time. He raced to the door and threw it open, waving us to leave. You guys need to get to that car now. What? He plugged everything back into the wall and the equipment began to hum back to life. Vin says they're on their way over here. I unplugged the system. That'll delete the last 20 minutes, which includes all the footage of you guys in here, and the system won't turn on for 15 more minutes. That should give you guys enough time to get to Michael's car and search it for clues. Raymond could have warned us. I had recognized where Michael had parked as being near my favorite spot, but I would have liked to double-check before Raymond literally pulled the plug on the footage. Once again, I grabbed Vanessa and raced for the door, calling out behind me, Thanks, Raymond! By the time we jogged from the security office to the parking structure, we were both a bit winded. I stopped to catch my breath and argue with Vanessa about which way to go. She wandered off to the right. He walked uphill, so we go up around this way. No, he walked uphill, so we have to go downhill. If we go up, we are getting even farther away. The parking structure had an interior path that wound upwards. On the outside was a second path winding down that cars took to exit. She stared off to space, mulling over what I had said. Are you sure? Jogging down the path, I waved for her to follow. Yes, I'm sure. Come on. I peeked around the corner, checking for oncoming cars. Do you have a spell to get into the car? No, but I'm sure I can come up with something. Spotting the car, I slowed down. A fine, almost invisible layer of dust had settled on the vehicle. The filth of the city and fine dust from the desert surrounding Rambler covered anything that didn't move. The interior was empty except for a few papers on the passenger seat. How are you getting us in? I asked. Give me a second.
Vanessa pressed her face against the window, then sneezed all down one side. Don't touch! We don't want the marshal to know that someone came and was investigating the car. Oops! She looked around and spotted a water bottle, still mostly full, in a corner. She opened it and poured part of it down the window. I don't think that is helping. Just open the door and let's get out of here. Maybe a rock through the window? You've been training for years and that's your best idea? Vanessa huffed and stomped a foot. What do you think my mom's been teaching me? I muttered under my breath. Nothing useful, apparently. I inspected the window. How did cops get into cars? If you had warned me, I would have worked something out. Maybe pre-spell a key or make a potion or something. Next time I'll be ready. Who says there will be a next time? Time was ticking down. The area around us was empty except for a stick, something that had probably gotten stuck under someone's car. If we could wedge the door open, maybe I could push the unlock button. I tried prying the door out from the car with a stick, but it only snapped the end off of the stick and scraped the paint on the panel. I needed something to push the door out, but all we had was a now slightly shorter stick and a half-empty bottle of water. I certainly wasn't going to risk my precious phone. You know that drill your mom has us do with water, moving it around, making it freeze and boil? Totally. What are you thinking? I grabbed the bottle from her and trickled the water across the seam of the door at the top and side. What if we push the water in, then freeze it? It'll expand and I can get the stick in to unlock the door. No one will ever know. Oh, just let me blow up the window. They'll just assume someone robbed the car. No, this is perfect. We can combine the science I learned in school with your magical training. She chewed on her lip. Unless you're not good enough, I guess I can do the spell. No, of course I can do it. She closed her eyes and started to chant under her breath before stopping and stepping away from the car. Let's just back up. I walked back and scooped up Patagonia, who had been pouncing on a few leaves that flitted on the ground. She let out a low growl as the magic built in the air around us. I edged back more, burying my nose in her soft fur. The spell needed to freeze the water wasn't this complicated, so I wondered as time ticked on. Being so close to Patagonia, I was grounded when a huge explosion erupted and the passenger door of the window flew off and skidded around the ground like a frisbee come to rest. What did you do? I screamed at her over the beeping and honking of every car alarm for several levels above and below us. Vanessa scrunched up her face and tugged at an ear. What? I dropped Patagonia and raced to the car, grabbing the papers off the passenger seat. I leaned across the center console and popped the trunk. I faced Vanessa and overpronounced each word as I jabbed a hand at the trunk. Check the trunk! I reached into the back seat and unlocked the door, then peeked under each seat, checking for anything that might have rolled under there. But every cup holder, crease, pocket, and cranny was empty. The lines from a recent vacuuming indicated that not even a butt had touched most of the car. I had just stepped out of the vehicle when Vanessa came from behind and screamed in my face. Nothing back there! Am I talking loud? I feel like I'm talking loud! The explosion, even without cameras running, would soon draw any on-site security to the structure. Let's go! I mouthed, clutching the papers from the passenger seat to my chest. The car alarms were starting to click off, and a door slammed above us. I raced down the slanting path and peeked around a corner to make sure we weren't about to run into someone. Unfortunately, a heavy door slammed ahead of us. I dragged Vanessa behind me as I crouched in front of a car in the space between the bumper and the cement wall. I frog walked around the front bumper and slipped between the car and the van next to it. Huffing and puffing, I shook next to Vanessa and pulled Patagonia into my lap. Heavy footsteps approached as a half-dozen men ran toward the floor we had left. I grabbed Vanessa's hand and held my breath. As I focused on being small and invisible, drawing no attention to myself, The tingle of magic and adrenaline slowed time down. My heartbeat in my ears became louder and louder until I could hear nothing beyond the thundering drumming shaking my whole body. My sight grew dark, the world dimming to black and white. Then my peripheral vision was gone as my perception narrowed. An eternity passed until Patagonia bit me hard on the hand. With a snap, my vision returned, though the world spun around me and I gulped in air. Patagonia fought against my grip, which had pinned her to my chest far tighter than I had intended. Vanessa yanked her hand out of mine. "You're breaking my hand. Come on." This time she dragged me off my knees, which were as weak as jello. I trailed her as she jogged to the door to the structure and stepped inside. My chest hurt, my ears rang, and my skin tingled. I managed to follow her through a second door that led into the casino interior, then into a lounge where I collapsed in a chair. An Elvis impersonator crooned Blue Suede Shoes on the stage. A pack of security guards raced past the bar, giving the lounge and its occupants only a passing glance. A waitress approached, and I ordered a gin and tonic to go with Vanessa's wine spritzer, a drink I hadn't known existed outside of cheesy rom-coms. I was shaky and hoped a bit of alcohol would steady my nerves. Then I asked for a little bowl of milk for Patagonia. Once the waitress hurried off, I leaned into Vanessa. "What did you do to that car?" "What did I do? You turned us invisible." I sat back. "What?" She leaned closer. "It was crazy. They were looking between the cars as they ran by, and they looked right through us, every single one of them. I'm not even sure we were there. I mean, I could see them, but it was like from a distance. What did you do?" The waitress returned with our drinks and a saucer of milk that she placed on the floor. I nodded politely and picked up my drink with shaky hands. Slowly, I brought the glass to my mouth and drank most of it in one long pull on the comically tiny red straw. The sugar and alcohol hit me hard. I had used more magic than I had realized, though I had no idea what I had done. "Hey, Ella, you in there?" I turned to face Vanessa. "I don't know what I did. I was just so freaked out. If they caught us, then the marshal would find out, and I just wanted us to disappear. I haven't been that scared in, forever. I got all lightheaded, and I think I even passed out a little. Wow, my head hurts." I paused to rub my temples. "I don't know that we should keep investigating." Hey, relax." She squeezed my shoulder. "We're okay, and we can't stop now. We took everything from the car. We have to at least look at it and pass it on to Vin." I shrugged. "Weird stuff happens during your training, like when you spontaneously create fire. That happens to people all the time. But sometimes other stuff happens, usually in puberty, but I guess this is like your magical puberty." I couldn't hold in a giggle. I had no desire to go through puberty again at age 28. Just what I wanted. An icy chill ran down my spine. "Did you do something like this?" "So when I was 13, I was a real snot. Vin was home for his birthday and Mom made this gigantic cake with tons of cream cheese frosting. I love that frosting, but Mom didn't save me any. I got up that night for a snack. I was always starving from all the training. I saw the cake and felt like I was owed some frosting. So I got a spoon and scooped off a thin layer. I did it again and again. Then I heard the door to the kitchen opening. I freaked because Mom had sworn she would tan my hide if I touched that cake." She grabbed her drink and took a long sip around her smile. "Go on. What happened?" She sat back, savoring the moment. "I was freaking out. I needed to hide the missing frosting and meant to just use magic to, smooth out the areas around it. But all I was really thinking about was hiding the evidence. Then, poof, the cake was gone." "Like the section with the missing frosting?" "No, the whole cake was gone. I turned around and my mother was staring at me and demanded to know what I had done, but I had no clue. Then there was this terrible racket. I didn't recognize it right away because I'd only been with my familiar for a few months, but it was Basada howling and screeching in my room.
We raced in there and, geez, oh Pete, what a mess. I had transported the entire cake onto my bed, right on top of Besada. She was freaking out and racing around the room, covering everything in frosting and red velvet cake. Mom made me clean it up by hand. No magic.
Besada, who I had only met a few times, was Vanessa's sleepy, lazy familiar. She did not like to be disturbed while resting. I had a thin, purple line across the back of my hand from a time I had tried to pet her. Unlike Patagonia, who was with me almost all the time, many familiars preferred to stay at home and sleep. Physical distance didn't affect their ability to connect with their mages. Why Patagonia was all over me was a mystery to Annie Ann. She surmised that it was because it had taken so long for Patagonia to find and bond with me. I didn't care about the reason because I loved it. Again, I wished I had Dad here to help me through all this. My guess was that he had not told me I was a mage to protect me. But why? Maybe he had planned to tell me later, but died first. Regardless, I ached when I thought of the hole left in my life by his absence. Eventually, I'd be able to find out who had killed him and why. If I wanted to do that, I needed to toughen up. Dad had never backed down from a challenge, and neither would I. I pulled Patagonia into my lap, my shoulder twinging under her impressive weight. You're right, it's no big deal.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I still don't understand.
No, it's fine. Let's look at what we got from the car. I pulled out the papers to flip through them. Men in security uniforms filed down the hallway, one pausing to step into the bar. He took in the Elvis on stage, then scanned the crowd. He paused briefly to look at Vanessa and me. I calmly finished off my drink and raised my glass to our waitress to request another. His eyes dipped over my cleavage, then down over my exposed legs. Maybe the ridiculous outfits were a great idea. He took a step toward me, lust bubbling up as he drew closer, before someone barked at him from the door. Dejected, he left, and I let out a breath I had been holding. I wasn't sure of the exact repercussions of getting caught. Vin had asked us to do it, but at the least, the marshal would wonder who we were and why we were involved. At the most, I would be outed as Romano the Bull's daughter. What that could mean was an even bigger unknown, and not one I wanted to discover except on my own terms at the right time.
He was kind of cute.
Vanessa handed her glass to the waitress as she deposited 2 more drinks in front of us. Not exactly the point. Maybe you should slow down on the alcohol. Your judgment is a mess. She blew a raspberry at me and sucked down her drink.
So what do the papers say? Do they have a motive? The name of the killer?
Not much. Most of this is car rental info and a flight info under the name William Underwood.
Who?
An alias, obviously. It's a standard car rental contract. You have to show it to the people when you leave the lot. The only other thing is this printout of his plane ticket to go back on the first flight in the morning.
There's writing on it.
The word local. Wow, such a clue. The liquor was officially in my bloodstream and melting away the apprehension.
Maybe it means the person is local.
Or that they had a booth in the local exhibit. No, wait, that doesn't make much sense. We know where he was killed, and it wasn't in the local exhibit area.
They said that he mostly dealt with people in Northern California and around here. He was too busy to mess with the rest of the country.
I finished off my drink. Good point. Okay, let's start with the local exhibit area. We might as well. I can't believe you blew up that car to get this information. We were already investigating there. She downed her drink, then pulled a face as she struggled to swallow it all, her eyes watering.
You also discovered you can make us invisible.
If only I had discovered how I did it. It's late. Let's grab lunch and get back to it. I threw a wad of cash on the table to cover the drinks plus tip and headed out. Chapter 8. After a leisurely lunch at a very crowded Thai restaurant in the casino, we made it back to the cheese convention a little unsteadily. The 3rd drink of the day had probably been a mistake. The 4th one definitely had been, but we had justified it by saying that the sugars would help replenish our magic, and surely mages could handle their alcohol better than lightweight humans. Plus, those hadn't been just any drinks. They had contained cucumbers, and therefore were practically healthy. I pulled a tiny umbrella out of my pocket. It was no taller than the width of my palm, made of wood with pink crepe paper. Our drinks had been decorated with the novelty items, and I used both hands to lift it over my head. As we walked, I tap danced and improvised a song. I'm singing in the casino, just singing in the casino. What a wonderful feeling to be drunk again. I jumped and managed to click my heels together, then land and give a bow. Vanessa burst into laughter, then hung on to me when she stumbled. Patagonia meowed impatiently, racing ahead of us, then sitting to wait until we caught up. She led us back to Granner's booth, though how she guessed our destination was beyond me. I slid the folded papers from the car into Vanessa's boxes of wine. Before I could stand up fully, someone grabbed me and pulled me to his chest. I yelped slightly, but instantly felt calm. I wasn't surprised when I looked up, craning my neck back until it pinched, to look Vin in the eyes. I felt safe wrapped in his arms despite the glowering expression on his face. I nuzzled into his chest, breathing in his scent. After a moment, I realized I was rubbing my face on his shirt, leaving behind a smear of lipstick. Vanessa grabbed my ankle, and I realized she had tipped over when Vin had grabbed me. Her face was a little green, and she had to smooth her skirt back over her unmentionables. Vin raised an eyebrow at her, then offered her a hand to assist her to her feet. When she was finally standing, she burped loudly as a thank you. Still in Vin's arms, I arched my back. "Hi," I said in a breathy tone that aimed for sexy and seductive. He jerked his head back and twisted his nose away from me. "Oh man, I hope there are no open flames around here." Still pressed to his chest, I mumbled into his shirt. "Don't be dramatic, it was only a drink." Or 4. He peeled me off him, keeping a firm grip on my shoulders as he maneuvered me into a chair. "I'm just glad to know that you guys had nothing to do with that car totaled in the parking lot. You must have been drinking for hours." "Oh no, that was us. Vanessa blew up the car." He buried his face in his hands and scrubbed it. He muttered some curses. "At least you didn't get caught, right?" Vanessa turned to grab the papers from the wine box and stumbled. Vin grabbed her elbow and hauled her up. She smacked the papers across his chest. "Of course we weren't caught. Ella even—" Vin cut her off as he flipped through the pages. "This was it?" I sidled in next to him and then under his arm to look over the papers. Unfortunately, the car was completely clean. "No luggage? Carry-on bag?" "Nothing. And not really anything here, except maybe that." I pointed at the single word scrawled on the return ticket and covered my mouth to hide a hiccup. "Local? Interesting. That works with what the marshal found out. He isn't doing much of an investigation, but people are offering up their own opinions. He spent a lot of time in this area, but this whole investigation may be a waste. If the killer was smart, they would have packed up already. Why bother hanging around?" He folded up the paper and stuck it back into the wine box. "I need to get back, but you guys need to get ready for the cheese ball." "What cheese ball?" I pictured a cheese ball covered in nuts with a wine pairing and some little crackers. I'd always been a fan of the thin wheat crackers that held up well against an aggressive hard cheese. Though delicate buttery crackers with herbs bacon would go nicely with a soft, delicate cheese. Maybe a brie. I had such a soft spot for brie. Maybe it was time to branch out. I found myself a little off balance. Vin pushed me up before I fell over. "Where the cheese queen and the cheese court preside, there's a big dinner and they hand out the yearly awards." Wow, not at all what I was picturing. Vanessa pulled a face. "Tiffany was elected cheese queen again. Yah! I had to sit with her last year." She leaned over and pretended to vomit, then got a case of the giggles. "Yak! Hurl! Upchuck!" She grabbed her middle, her face twisted in silent laughter. "You're drunk. She's not sitting with us this year." "She was the worst, and she's dating some guy that she's always trying to rub in Vin's face, probably trying to make him jealous." Your feelings have been duly noted, Vanessa. Now get something to sober you both up before Granner catches you and makes you try her recipe from the old country. He squeezed my arm, and as he left, his fingers trailed over my skin, sending tingly warmth all through my body. I suppressed a shiver as I turned to Vanessa. Recipe from the old country? Vanessa had gone a bit white at the mention and darted from the booth, answering over her shoulder. It's terrible! I think it's made from turpentine and old socks. It works, but I would rather suffer a hangover. She stumbled a few booths down to the booth of the cheese and meats. It was still in the local vendors area. Excuse me, Mark, do you have any sobering up salami? Her tongue twisted around the words, but she got her point across. A man turned around, middle-aged, brown hair, with a green apron and a smile. We're almost sold out, Vanessa, but I think we have a stick around here. I'm guessing you want to use it right away? That obvious? I quipped as I tried to get a better read on him. Tuning into a particular person's emotions was getting easier and faster. He radiated a congenial warmth that probably at least partially accounted for his nearly sold-out inventory. Even if people couldn't read emotions, they would be affected by them. And the decision to buy was less based on the product itself and more on how the product made people feel. A good salesman made customers feel good, and then they wanted to buy from him. He grabbed a dark red stick of salami and cut off 2 slices with a knife from the cutting board. It's Rambler. The alcohol tends to sneak up on you. He handed us each a slice. I'm Mark Deekson. Vanessa bit hard into her slice. Unfortunately, in her enthusiasm, she bit down on her fingers as well. Her reaction occurred in slow motion. First, her eyes flew wide, then her mouth curled into an O before she shook her hand in pain, flinging the slice across the aisle. It landed in the middle of a man's cup of beer, splashing the amber liquid across his shirt. Sorry about that, she called out before taking another slice from a chuckling Mark. This time, she carefully bit into it with her front teeth and slowly chewed. I transferred mine into my left hand in order to shake Mark's hand. Ella Marie, nice to meet you. I'm working in Granner's booth. I guessed from the outfit. How is she holding up? I bit into the slice of tough salami. The flavor of spices and meat rolled over me. The salt enhanced the flavor as I chewed. With each bite, the taste exploded and the haze of liquor slowly retreated. By the time I finished, I was clear-headed, though I had lost the train of the conversation. Sorry, what did you say? He chuckled. I think you're good, though Vanessa needs another slice. I asked how Granner was doing. It's not every day that you discover a sleaze bag dead in your booth. He cut off more salami to hand to Vanessa, then got out a sheet of wax paper to wrap the rest, securing it with a piece of brown string. There apparently had been no lost love between Mark and Michael, which would make it easier to poke around. Granner seems to be holding up pretty well. I never met Michael. What was he like? Eagerness bubbled out of Mark as he leaned in closer to gossip. A real jerk. I don't think too many people were genuinely sad to see him go. He was one of those guys that only had interest in you if you were of use to him. I leaned in, matching his body language and trying to give off a cozy, it's just the two of us chatting vibe that invited conspiratorial information. Did he have an interest in you? He barked with laughter. Yes, he did. You're not in line to take over his job, are you? Not even close. Good. He liked to use the letter of the law to screw over honest business mages. I hope Sheila, the new president, isn't like him. An uneasy feeling prickled across my back. Was he blackmailing you too? You already heard about that? I was another victim. My sober-up salami, in fact. Illegal dragon spit? No, siren milk. My stomach turned. Sirens were sea creatures, humanoids if I remembered my mythology correctly, similar to mermaids that lured men to their death. Were they like people or fish? They had milk, so apparently they must be mammals, though I had learned that in a normal biology class. Maybe magical beings had different rules. The image of a mermaid being milked briefly crossed my mind. It was a good thing that I was sober, or my lunch might already be on the floor in front of me. The shock must have shown on my face. Are you okay? It's just siren milk. I couldn't keep showing people that I had no knowledge of Mage culture. I tried to think of an excuse for my distaste at what was apparently a normal ingredient. I'm not supposed to have milk. I'm trying to be vegan. He quirked an eyebrow at me and looked at the hunk of meat in the wrapping in front of us. You're vegan but ate salami? Oh, I'm not a very good vegan. I managed to squeak out the weak excuse. Mark bought the lie, and a mix of humor, matched with a laugh, and a bit of superiority wafted off him. Clearly. I needed to get back to the investigation. You were saying about Michael? I don't know how he found out about the siren milk. I suspect it was his wife, but he threatened to turn me in. Technically, you have to mark the salami as having seafood products, but that's not good for business. No one wants a fishy salami. But he said he would force the issue, and it was easier to pay him off than change the recipe. He must not have wanted much money. He didn't want any at all. He just insisted on a free sampling of products every once in a while. He'd call, acting all chummy, and start hinting around about our product line. Then I'd offer to send him a box for free. It was dumb. We both knew what was going on, but I guess it made him feel like some big shot to play the game. But he wasn't too bright. I always sent him stuff that didn't cut muster in the shop. I hope he enjoyed the salami with sour siren milk. Sour milk of any kind was disgusting, chunky and sour with a smell that permeated and clung to any surface it touched. My stomach attempted to heave at the idea. I forced a swallow down. You said that you thought his wife was involved? How so? It's pretty dumb in hindsight. I bought the siren milk from them. They're the #1 distributors of it. Their family crest has a siren on it. I nodded. So he somehow put 2 and 2 together to discover you were using it without declaring it. That seems simple enough. You'd think so, but I know that Bethany's dad hated Michael. Bethany married him in a fit of youthful rebellion, and it seems that she grew tired of her oily husband. I heard that the family hated Michael so much that when the family vacationed, they all flew in a private jet, and Michael had to fly commercial. Vanessa had finished her sober-up salami despite knowing the ingredients, and her glassy eyes were once again bright and mischievous. That's brutal. They must have really hated him. He nodded. They do. I hear that he's a bit of a ladies' man. He swept Bethany off her feet, but after they were married, he kept at it with every woman nearby. He checked his watch. I need to start packing up. There was only 1 day left of the convention, and I couldn't miss the opportunity to squeeze every last bit of gossip from him. Plus, I could never forget that everyone was a suspect. So you're not bummed he died? Not really. I don't want to sound cruel, but he was playing a dangerous game. Not so much at this level, because who cares? The fines were manageable if he had turned me in, 50,000 or something, but he was headed to the big leagues. I bet he crossed the wrong person. I tried not to gape at the 50,000 being treated like pocket change. Talk to Martha. She was dating some guy, Will or Bill or something. I think he knew about Michael. She might have some gossip. She loves to talk. Vanessa tugged on my sleeve as we left. We should get ready. I turned back to Granner's booth, where her neighbor, Martha, was starting to close down her booth for the day. Martha was putting sheets over the products in her booth, a scowl on her face. Let's talk to Martha real quick. We can't count on waiting until tomorrow. I jogged across to her booth, avoiding Patagonia. Martha was fighting with a sheet that was caught on a display item. I grabbed the fabric and helped her arrange it. When our eyes met, a flare of annoyance radiated off of her. I resisted the urge to step back from the sensation. Need any more help? I cheerfully offered. No, she barked and turned her back to me. Obviously, a quick gossip session was not in the cards. I debated my approach and figured victory would go to the bull. I heard your boyfriend might know why Michael was killed. A flash of fear spiked in her, though her face never betrayed it. I don't have a boyfriend anymore, and I don't know anything about Michael. She didn't flat out refuse to talk, which was as good as I could hope for. She easily could have told us to get stuffed. Vanessa pushed past me to get between us. Michael was blackmailing you, wasn't he? Just like everyone else. I pinched her. She was showing all our cards at once. Martha, on the other hand, laughed. That's what this is about? Yes, he was blackmailing me just like almost everyone else. The fear trickled out of her until there was just a low baseline buzz of trepidation. I looked around her booth, mostly covered with sheets. Siren milk? Illegal dragon spit? No, all my dragon spit is legal. I even buy it in person. The moose milk I use in the mozzarella isn't pasteurized. It kills the natural moosey flavor. I was never going to eat any Mage dairy products again. Veganism wasn't looking like such a bad option after all. Vanessa gasped.
Whoa, that's crazy. How do you milk a moose?
Very carefully, she laughed. I'm good with handling heavy creatures. She started to edge away, and I needed a follow-up question to keep her attention. Not pasteurizing your milk isn't a big deal. Why not just turn them in? She blinked at me. For a minute, I thought she had figured out my lack of dairy-related knowledge and would call me out. But eventually she answered. He only wanted a couple $100 in gold every few months. It was worth it to avoid the hassle. Vanessa grabbed my arm.
We better go, Ella. Granner is waving for us.
Go on. I'll be right there. I waited until Vanessa was out of earshot. Martha had seemed annoyed at Granner every time we had passed by, and it gave me an idea. That Granner is a real nutter, isn't she? She blew out a breath. Oh my gosh, yes. She's been driving me crazy all day just talking and talking. I got roped into wearing this costume to pass out samples. She snickered. I wouldn't be surprised if she was the one that killed Michael. I hear he was blackmailing her too. Who else? Who wasn't he blackmailing? Granner, Matt over there, Beth Morris, those cousins, Elle and Carrie Morgan. Did you say Beth? Like the same Beth that works here in the casino? The same Beth that had told us she wasn't being blackmailed? Her. I heard she... Oh crap, here comes the marshal. She stared over my shoulder down the aisle. Thanks, I'll catch you later. I didn't even turn around before darting from the booth, away from the marshal and towards where Granner, Annie Ann, and Vanessa were chatting. Let's go, the marshal is coming. We grabbed our things, then swiftly moved toward the door. Annie Ann came to my side. Dear, did you bring your ball gown with you today? No, I didn't know about the ball, and I don't own a ball gown. You don't? How bizarre. You can go borrow one of Vanessa's. I'm sure she has a few in her room. I followed them to the private elevator that went to the penthouse floors where their family has residences. Chapter 9. I smoothed the lace bodice down over my ribs, then traced my fingers out over the skirt where it flared away from my hips. The heavy tulle under the skirt tickled my legs. The dress hadn't fit right, but Annie Ann had a few spells already made that adjusted it perfectly. In fact, she had a spell to do my makeup and hair as well. She said we would spend the next month replenishing her stock. I might even make a few for myself. Perhaps I would have need in the future. I reached up to tuck a loose curl behind my ear, but caught Vin watching me. He leaned down so only I could hear his voice. Leave it. It looks pretty. I turned slightly in the crowded elevator and slowly smiled up at him. This was our first event out in the Mage community together, and from the moment we had left the suites upstairs, he had been right by my side. When I had first met him, I had been drawn to him. But when the second sentence out of his mouth had been an accusation of lying, he had annoyed me. Over the past 6 months, the constant verbal sparring had become less biting and more playful nips. The elevator dinged open, and he offered me his elbow as I started to exit behind Granner, Annie Ann, and Olivia. The heat from his arm radiated into my fingers. He moved next to me like a mountain come to life, solid, steady, and even a bit cold. His face was full of sharp angles and hard in appearance. I had seen men step away as he passed. He was tall and wide, seeming to dominate every room he was in. Even when I wasn't looking for him, his presence was there with a steady sense of power and weight. The air was filled with excitement and nerves, especially for Olivia. She threw back her shoulders and gave a beaming smile. but I could hear her muttering to herself through clenched teeth. Everything will be perfect. No need to be nervous. This was a big event for the casino to host, and she had been fretting all evening about everything and everyone looking and going perfectly. She turned to face Vanessa and me. Stay out of trouble tonight. And she didn't seem to believe that Vanessa and I had nothing to do with the explosion in the parking garage. I could hardly blame her. She knew how her cousin could be, especially with magic. Our training room needed repairs at least weekly after some explosion or misfires. Sometimes even a literal fire. Vin patted my hand that was resting on his arm. The girls will be fine. We're just going to sit at our table and have a nice meal. Nothing on earth sounded better than that. We walked through the crowd, Vin dipping his head in acknowledgement to people but never pausing to talk. Only once did he drop my arm, and it was to greet an elderly woman. He turned away from me to stoop over and allow her to press her thin lips to his cheek while she cooed over how grown up he looked. It gave me a chance to watch him freely. His wide shoulders fit perfectly in his tuxedo, which must have been custom-made to match his impressive figure. He was built like an athlete or gladiator, all muscle. "He'll never commit to you," a voice behind me hissed. I turned to see Tiffany, Vin's ex-girlfriend. She wore a sash across her chest, proclaiming that she was the cheese queen. Her dress was a pale yellow, tight through the bodice, then flared out dramatically into yellow taffeta. The corset top pushed her ample breasts up high enough that I wondered if she had problems swallowing, and if a strong sneeze would cause them to tumble out. Considering that her job at the casino was a rather erotic, topless burlesque show, it probably wasn't much of a concern to her. The skirt was made of so many layers of the netting material that it was not see-through, and it belled out far enough to create a barrier around her, not allowing anyone too close. The metaphor was too perfect. I would have been totally intimidated by her, except one thing, the waves of jealousy wafting off of her. She was jealous of me, and it gave me the incentive I needed to at least pretend I had myself pulled together. "My, you look lovely, Tiffany, but you need to keep an eye out for mice with a dress like that." A flicker of irritation was evident as the emotion wafted off of her, and her eyes tightened ever so slightly. Perhaps it was unkind of me, but I reveled in the fact that I had gotten under her skin, however briefly. "We are to be married. The seers said so." "I thought you weren't supposed to repeat a prophecy." She rolled her eyes. "You are so old-fashioned and simple." She stepped in close, her skirt puffing out around her. "I can see the bond between you, but it's only temporary. It's only out of respect to Vin and his family that I don't out you. I know you're hiding something." My heart beat in my chest. Hopefully it wasn't visible as my blood rushed in my ears. "We can't all be like you, letting it all show." "When the bond between you two snap, I hope it cuts you deep." She spun on her heels and stomped away. Vin had missed the whole exchange, though the woman he was speaking to had not. She winked at me before bidding Vin goodbye with another kiss on the cheek. She looked like a frail doll next to him, but I knew looks could be deceiving. I could feel a rumble of immense magical power coming from her, the way you could hear a waterfall before you could see it. Vin turned back and offered me his arm as people began filing into the dining room. I had borrowed Vanessa's shoes, which were a bit too large. I stumbled a little in the kitten heels with delicate straps that racked around my ankles. "Hold on, I need to fix my shoe." I bent over to do up the strap tighter while attempting to maintain a regal appearance. Vin offered me a hand to rise. We stood in the foyer to the dining room, which was now mostly empty. "Can we talk a minute?" Of course he would want to know about our progress on the investigation. It wasn't exactly the conversation I wanted to have at the moment, but I was thrilled to have a private conversation with him, no matter the topic. And I was proud of our progress. It looks like Michael was blackmailing tons of people, even Beth, who specifically said he wasn't. I'm not sure how he found out all this stuff. Do you think someone was spying for him? "I think I know how he did it. You said that the item he went to pick up before the cheese fell on him was glowing green. I looked into it, and there is a spell that helps you find things, and the indicator is a green glow. It's a difficult spell because the user doesn't have to specify exactly what he is looking for, but if he has been practicing for years and had an affinity for that kind of work, then it would be doable.
I've done finding spells and they weren't too hard.
Mom's needle in a haystack spell?
At first we did that one, then we switched over to the far more useful find the car keys and phone spell.
You knew what you were looking for. His spell was for an unknown item, an I'll know it when I see it type of situation. He could set up the spell with a general idea like banned substance or something of value or whatever. It uses a whole heap of magic and not everyone can do it, even if they were powerful enough. It might be easier to use an exact spell for a specific item.
And since he used the spell that night he was killed, he must not have known exactly what it was that lured him there. Otherwise, he would have used a simpler spell.
Vin nodded. If he had known what he was looking for, he possibly could have used a spell to call the item to him. Someone did this specifically so he would come in person. It makes for a more effective murder if the victim actually shows up, but that's not really what I wanted to talk about.
The motive?
He took a breath and looked away briefly. No more shop talk.
In anyone else, I would think this was an indication he was nervous, but it was hard to imagine Vin as anything other than collected.
You know that DJ Wiz is leaving Ravishing to headline at the new club downtown? I used to do security for him and he gave me 2 VIP tickets.
He rubbed the back of his neck, avoiding my eyes, and his face and neck turned red.
I thought you might enjoy going with me.
I blinked at him twice. He was nervous, and now I was nervous. I had daydreamed about going on a date, but now that he had asked me, I was speechless. My stomach flipped over and my cheeks heated up. His face was turning red, and he made a big show of covering up a fake cough. I was taking too long to reply. He was going to think I didn't want to go unless I said something fast, but my mouth wasn't cooperating. I finally got my lips to move and eked out a feeble, "I'd love to go." He offered me his arm, and I gingerly slipped my hand onto it. Letting out a sigh of relief, he turned us toward the ballroom.
Great. It's a date.
Chapter 10. By the time dinner was served, I felt as if I could have floated off with happiness. Vin had pulled out my chair at the table and sat close to tell me what was happening during the cheese awards while adding his own humorous asides. More than once, my giggling had caused people to turn around and shush me, but I didn't care. It was fun to snark with him and feel the warmth of his hand on my skin from where it rested across the back of my chair. When Tiffany had walked across the stage as Cheese Queen with her cheese court, I was surprised the entire front row hadn't backed away from the anger radiating off of her. Vanessa, sitting 2 seats over, raised an eyebrow, but we hadn't had time to talk, especially with Granner between us. The first time Granner's bony elbow dug into my side, I assumed she was going to chew me out for not paying attention, but instead she had wanted to chat. I learned who used low-quality hair restoring potions and which mages were fooling around on their spouses. I hadn't felt this happy or had this sense of fitting in since my father had been killed. Once the ceremony was finished, servers started to bring food out to the tables. Granner dug around in her purse for a while before slamming it on the table. "My spell bag is missing! It was here at lunch, but now it's gone!" She slipped on a pair of reading glasses and sorted through her tapestry bag with rabbits all over the sides. It was quite out of place in the lavish affair, but clearly it was a well-loved bag. I expected her to pull a rabbit from it at any second. "Oh no, do you think someone stole it?" No, dear. They aren't valuable, just some little potions to add to my food to prevent acid reflux. And I made sure it had a little theft prevention spell. If someone had taken it, it would have exploded. It must have tipped out of my bag in the booth. Vanessa, can you go get it for me?" She nodded. "Ella, why don't you tag along?" "Of course." Now would be our chance to talk. I bounced out of my chair,
grinning, and put my napkin on the seat. I smiled at Vin before heading across the room and out the door with Vanessa. The second the door closed, Vanessa pounced on me. "What is going on?" "Vin asked me on a date." I squealed like a 14-year-old and frankly didn't care. I hadn't had a teenage crush or a first date or even a first kiss. I grabbed her shoulders and shook her. When all the girls at boarding school talked about boys, I was always left out, but not anymore. I might be a decade late, but I finally get it. I was ready to join a nunnery. I let out a long, happy sigh. I checked for Patagonia before remembering that she had fallen asleep on the bed next to Vanessa's familiar in her hotel room. I had scratched behind her ears and kissed her on the nose when it was time to go, but for once she hadn't hopped up to follow us when we left. Vanessa threw her arms around me in a big hug, half lifting me off the ground, before we continued to walk close together down the empty hall. Vin and I also talked about the murder. I told you that they hadn't found whatever Michael had come to get, but it turns out that even he didn't really know what he was looking for. What in the world is so important that he would fly in overnight and break in to find it and yet not really know what it was? Weird. Vanessa's face scrunched up as we approached the guard standing in front of the convention hall door. "Do you think we could double date?" "If it comes up, I'll suggest it. Though, in truth, I might conveniently forget to suggest it. I wanted to go with Vin." I smiled at the guard. "We need to go in and get something from the booth." "Is it your booth?" Vanessa smiled sweetly. "It's my great-great-grandmother's booth. She left something in there." "Sorry, only booth holders." Vanessa's eyebrows knit together. "Granner is a sick old lady. She is frail. Should I ask my cousin, Olivia Santani, if—" "Okay, you guys can go in, but you have 10 minutes or I'm calling someone to come in and get you regardless of who your cousin is. Got it?" We nodded and scooted through the door. I turned to the right, the straightest path to Granner's booth, but Vanessa swerved left to cut through the middle. "What are you doing?" "I was thinking we could take a minute to look around. Peter and his creepy cat aren't here, so I thought we could poke around at the scene of the crime. I have an idea." "We only have 10 minutes and we need to get Granner's bag." Vanessa skipped away from me, calling over her shoulder. "We better hurry then." I grabbed my skirt to pull it up off the floor and ran after her, flat-footed and flex-toed so the borrowed shoes wouldn't fly off. By the time I caught up with her, we were back at the spot where Granner's booth had originally been. She looked around. "Tell me where the object was." I closed my eyes and called up the vision I had seen. It was crystal clear. Annie Ann had said that once I had seen it, it would forever be tucked away in my brain. I opened and closed my eyes a few times as I moved around the space until I was pretty sure I was oriented correctly. Granner's booth was gone, but the walls and surrounding booths gave me enough references. "About here." It was a glowing screen and about this big. I indicated an item slightly larger than my palm. "I'm going to look around and see if I can find whatever Michael was looking for that night before he was smooshed flat." She crouched on the thin industrial carpeting, running her hands over the spot, then putting her head to the floor to look around. "You don't even know what you're looking for." "Hush, I'm thinking." I had no desire to lie on the floor and wrinkle my dress. Plus, the whole place smelled like cheese. What if the smell got pressed into my hair? I could give Vanessa a minute or two to look around if it made her happy. I hadn't had a good look around the last time I was here. A few booths over was something that looked like an above-ground pool. It could be at least a half-dozen feet across and half as high, though I couldn't see if there was a lid or roof, as the bottom was chest-high. A spigot in the bottom stuck out with a sign that read, "Queso by the gallon, so hot you could bathe in it." A stack of 5-gallon buckets sat nearby, ready to be filled. Mages really needed to work on their marketing skills, as bathing in neither queso nor cheese by the gallon sounded appealing. Wandering across the aisle, I saw a slice of Swiss cheese the size of a king-sized bed. I knew it was Swiss because of the enormous holes. "Take your picture in the cheese," its sign proclaimed. With Granner's huge wedge of cheese, this was obviously a themed section of the convention. But was it about giant food? Novelty cheeses? Things I would rather never eat in my life? The possibilities were endless. Vanessa was crawling around, lifting the cloth curtains that were used to separate the booths. "We really need to go before the security guard comes in and drags us out of here." I headed toward Granner's booth, hoping that Vanessa would just follow my lead. By the time I arrived, she had trotted and caught up, with her shoes in her hand. "I think I have an idea, but we will need to sneak in later." "No way. Where does Granner keep her purse? What does this thing look like?" Arranged around the booth were white cabinets on wheels. I threw open the doors and started rummaging through the bags used to pack up the purchases. "How should I? Oh, I saw it at lunch. It's a little black velvet bag with a gold drawstring. And if I find it first, you have to try my plan." "I'm not doing anything." I was going to refuse to bet, but then I spotted the bag on the table in the middle of the booth. How I had missed it when we first arrived was beyond me, but I could grab it and easily win the bet. I raced across the booth just as Vanessa also spotted it. I really pushed hard, but we were at the bag at the same time, our hands touching as we grabbed it. I dug my nails in, unwilling to let go, knowing that she would claim she won if she snatched it from my hand. Something hit me hard and all over like a gust of wind pushing on every part of me at once. I lost my grip and screamed, but I couldn't hear my own voice over the rushing of air in my ears. The floor beneath me was gone, and I flailed my arms until I landed on something. In something. Something heavy, wet, and thick beneath me, but hard enough to knock the wind out of me. Nothing was solid except the wriggling mass next to me. My lungs ached as I tried to refill them with air, and slowly I became aware of where I was. I was in the queso swimming pool next to Vanessa. From inside, I could see a railing just about a foot wide all along the edge. I was sinking into the cheese, the warm liquid already covering my legs. I reached for the edge, but my arm would never be long enough unless I got closer. Pushing my legs to swim pulled me down and backwards instead of forward. The cheese was up to my breast. Each movement was pulling me deeper. I loved queso, but I didn't want to drown in it. "Help! Help!" Vanessa screamed. She was already up to her neck as she jerked and twists. "Stop moving! Vanessa!" My voice was shrill in my ears, but I could hardly stop as she sunk a bit deeper. "Stop! Just hold still!" She stilled and briefly stopped sinking. She had tears running down her face, and I wanted to calm and comfort her. A cat yowled. Patagonia stood on the edge, looking down at me as she paced and screeched her displeasure. She looked ready to jump. "No!" I screamed. My own tears started to flow. If she jumped in, I couldn't save her. I might not be able to save myself. Vanessa sobbed. "I tried magic. Nothing is working right." She was still sinking. Her neck was arched to raise her nose above the surface. My mind raced as I searched for a spell to save us, but my recent education was lacking in spells designed to help me escape from a vat of queso. I screamed again, hoping the security guard would come. As I flailed about, the surface of the cheese burst into flames, a side effect of my magic not being under control and the life or death nature of the situation. Vanessa screamed, "I don't want to be flambéed!" The flames flickered and flared before slowly dying down as I quenched the magic around me. It sapped every last bit of energy I had to do so. Tears flowed down my face as my options were gone. A dark shape in the corner of my eye pulled my head around as the cheese crept up my neck. Vanessa just had her nose sticking up above the surface. Aristotle, Vin's familiar, stalked next to Patagonia. He was all black like her, but the size of a jungle cat. He reached his massive paw toward me but couldn't reach. He yowled and complained next to Patagonia as she cried. Then he jumped down. Vanessa was gone. The cheese where she had been was smooth and still. I screamed an incoherent noise over and over. I wasn't able to be still, and my descent into the cheese sped up until the entire world tipped. I thought I was being pulled under the surface, but then I realized the entire container of cheese was collapsing. There was a loud crash, and once again there was a solid surface underneath me. I wiped cheese from my eyes as I reached out the other hand to find Vanessa. I heard coughing and cried with joy. The tears washed away the cheese splattered around my eyes. I wrapped her in my arms, pulling her close. We were both slick and covered in warm, sticky queso. "Are you okay?" My voice broke. She continued to cough but hugged me back. I was shaky all over and clung to her, my thoughts racing until something pressed between us. Patagonia was purring and meowing. She shoved her head up against my neck, the bright yellow cheese glaring against her black fur. She was distraught, meowing and pacing. Over and over again she pressed her head against my hands. The cheese was spreading across the floor like lava. The vat we had been in had collapsed, crushing the booth displays beneath it. But why? Aristotle stood to the side, licking one paw and watching me. As voices sounded and shouting intensified, he turned to run away. He seemed to disappear before turning the corner. A group of serious-faced security guards ran up. A few had guns pulled to handle any human threat. A building sense of magic told me that the rest were preparing for a mage threat. I searched for the guard who had let us in but didn't see him. A man from somewhere in the group shouted, "Hands up! Don't move!" Fear, aggression, and nerves radiated off the man. They didn't know what they were facing, and a wrong move could set them off. Adrenaline still thrummed through my system, and I had trouble focusing as my eyes darted around. I let go of Vanessa and raised my hands. Patagonia, more queso-colored than black, arched her back and hissed a warning as she snapped her paw in their direction. Vanessa started to rise, then slipped back into the cheese. "I'm Vanessa Russo. Get my brother Vin. We've been attacked. I think I'm hurt." There was shouting and more people coming in. Emotions were bouncing into me, and I was too weak to ward them off. My eyes were burning. The cheese was cooling quickly. I shivered and my stomach rolled. I could feel the world dimming around me. I felt like I was trapped inside a quesadilla. All I needed was a vat of guacamole. I might never be able to eat cheese again. Had we been attacked? I hadn't even had time to think of it, but this certainly had not been a natural event. One second, we were grabbing Granner's medicine bag. Then the next, we were falling into the queso. We almost drowned. It would have been as pathetic a death as being crushed by the world's largest wedge of cheese. "Ella! Vanessa! Stand down! I know them!" Vin pushed through the group of men and ran through the cheese. Vanessa threw herself at him. He wrapped an arm around her, but he still reached down and pulled me up to his chest. Putting both his arms around us, he held us tight as she sobbed into his chest. In a low voice, he growled at me. "What is going on?" Vanessa pulled herself together. "Someone tried to kill us. They set up a booby trap. It was connected to the booth or maybe Granner's medicine bag. We raced for it because of a bet, and when we touched it, whoosh, suddenly we were in the vat of queso. Mom!" Vanessa slipped but caught herself before falling as she tried to make her way to her mother. Annie Ann raced over and wrapped her arms about Vanessa. "My baby!" I laid my head on Vin's chest and felt his breathing. The in and out was calming even when it caught in his chest. I felt relieved to be this close. Annie Ann started wiping Vanessa's face with a tissue, cleaning the cheese from around her eyes. Despite the horror of our experience, I stifled a giggle. Vanessa looked like the creature from the cheese lagoon. The crowd around the lake of cheese had grown. Interspersed among the security team was a growing number of men in tuxes and women in gowns. The seers looked on anxiously while Tiffany snickered at us. This wasn't my first life or death experience, but that didn't make it any less scary. Had Aristotle ripped the leg off the tower, or did it just shear off because of the extra weight of Vanessa and me? Could a familiar, even one the size of Aristotle, do that? Why did he come to my rescue even before Vin arrived? Maybe it was the adrenaline. Maybe it was being this close to him, but I needed to tell Vin how I felt. He needed to know. I wasn't even sure of what to say or how to say it, but I needed to start. Thank you, Vin. Vin! It was a command to answer. The voice sent a chill down my spine. The marshal was standing at the edge of the cheese, the top of which had begun to film over. Vin, what is going on? Why is there cheese everywhere on my crime scene? Who did this? His eyes narrowed on me. I've seen her around. Who is she? This is Ella, my sister's friend. They had an accident while getting something for my grandmother's grandmother. He edged between the marshal and me. A raspy voice came from Peter, who had stood next to the marshal like a vulture. Felix, she's been living here for a while and has not come to pay her respects to you like she should. Why is that? The marshal considered Peter's words. Why haven't you? Who are your people? Annie Ann jerked her head around. She's been studying with us. I did not ask you, Anne. I asked her. I cleared my throat. I am Ella Marie. Peter leaned in toward the marshal. She is hiding something. She is fearful. Perhaps she is a spy here to watch us, or to kill you. There are those jealous of your power. They seek to... Enough, Peter. The marshal cut him off, but the accusation that I was hiding something had sunk in. He looked me up and down, suspicious but cautious. The seer standing at the edge of the crowd caught my gaze. Gertrude had shiny tears in her eyes and clung to her husband Ralph. Was this the moment in her vision that she had feared? I didn't fully understand the danger I was in or the possible ramifications, but others were scared. The crowd had a general sense of unease, mixed with curiosity, except Tiffany, who was gloating in her yellow gown. Vanessa clung to her mother, Annie Ann. Vin was tense in front of me. Though I couldn't feel their emotions like I could other people, they were making no attempt to hide their body language. They were scared for me. I didn't have enough information to know how to answer or what to do. I had been hiding who my father was because he had spent my lifetime hiding me. Surely he had a reason to do so, and until I knew that reason, I wouldn't know what I risked by letting the secret out. He had been murdered, and we hadn't had a single clue as to why. He could have made a lot of enemies, but my research at the casino and my searches of the loft with Bear and Badger hadn't unearthed anything yet. The seers had even said that someone was searching for me, or would be searching for me, that I was in danger, or would be at some point. The danger felt real, especially with the marshal, Peter, and all his henchmen staring at me. Step aside. As marshal of the area, it is my right to question her. Olivia spoke up. She meekly dipped her head in respect to him. Marshal Felix, Ella is under my protection. Understood, Ms. Santani, but she must answer. He looked back at me. So, girl, who are you? He spoke each word carefully and clearly. The room was hushed, and everyone watched me. I'm Ella Marie. Irritation flashed across his face. Ella Marie who? Who are your parents? Where are you from? Why did you come here and not check in? I swallowed hard, my eyes drawn to the seers again. Gertrude had given me instructions that she said would protect me, and it was worth a try. I follow the old ways. I didn't know what it meant, but hopefully it was an acceptable answer. The murmur of shock passed through the room. The curious faces from the back pushed forward to see me better. Even Auntie Anne, Vanessa, and Olivia were shocked. Vin had gone white. The marshal took a half step back and faltered. He was stunned. You what? Whatever it meant, it was an answer that would be accepted. I follow the old ways, the narrow path. Excited chatter rose. Whatever it meant was surprising and interesting. The fear was fading away as people whispered. The marshal leaned over to confer with Peter. I faced Vin, but he was glaring at me. I felt a crack inside my head and flinched before realizing that no one else had heard it. Pain exploded in my chest as if a red-hot whip had lashed across my bosom. I gasped at the pain, then I could feel the anger build. Where I hadn't been able to read a single emotion off him for months, I could now feel rage pouring out of him. He turned and stomped away.
Ella, why didn't you tell us?
Annie Ann asked me. I didn't know until now. I wasn't supposed to share the prophecy. The marshal shouted at me. What is your familiar's name? Patagonia. She pressed into my side. Fine, Ella Patagonia will be your name, but you must pass the test first. I will find someone that can do the Monza testing, but then we...
I can do that. Tiffany pushed her way to the front of the crowd. I've only done it a few times. She smirked at me. So few people have the desire to do it anymore, but I am sure I can remember all the steps. Surely this was when it would be discovered that I had no idea what I was saying. I swallowed hard as she carefully stepped through the cheese to stand in front of me. Give me your hand. I held out a hand to her as Patagonia hissed. She grabbed it and closed her eyes. Only a few seconds passed before her eyes flew open. Let down your guard or I can't do this. I groaned and lowered the meager mental defenses I had learned to erect. The emotions around me turned up as though the volume had been cranked to maximum. I grimaced as everything hit me too hard. Suspicion, concern, curiosity, surprise, and somewhere was Vin's simmering anger at me for something I didn't understand. Time ticked on as she hummed softly. Finally, she blurted, "She's a virgin!" My face was hot, and I snatched my hand away. Maybe dying in a vat of queso would have been preferable. The marshal nodded. And her family? She has no family ties either. There was a bit of pity for me, and it made me hate her even more. No strong family ties to anyone? Her familiar, Annie Ann, Olivia, and Vanessa. Olivia spoke up. That is appropriate. We train with her. The marshal nodded. No one else at all? There are 2 older men. The bonds are not sexual or familial. That must be Bear and Badger. My neighbors. They've been teaching me to, helping with my apartment. Tiffany nodded. That fits. She passed my test. She's a virgin, has cut off her family, and has no romantic bonds. She turned to me with a wicked smile. Lowering her voice so only I could hear, she said, I guess I better go comfort poor Vin. She picked up her skirt and left me standing there, shivering in goopy cheese. I might have passed the test, but had I lost everything else? Chapter 11. 3 hours later, I shivered as I pulled my robe tighter around me. Even with flannel pajamas, a thick terry cloth robe, fluffy slippers, and a blanket, I was freezing. Since I had moved in after my father's death, I had marveled at the huge open-air loft at the top of an industrial building that was always the perfect temperature, warm and cozy in winter and refreshingly cool in the Nevada summer. It was only recently that I had learned the obvious answer. Magic. Bear and Badger had paid the magical cost for me as a favor to my late father, but with my training ramping up, they had given me the burden, a task I was not handling well. It had not become second nature yet, and the result was erratic temperature swings. I pushed a bit more magic into the temperature-controlling spell that would hopefully kick the furnace on. Patagonia pawed at my blanket until I lifted it for her to crawl under. Though she had always kept close since my cheese-covered proclamation that I was following the old ways, she had been inseparable, even climbing into the shower with me while I scrubbed the crusty cheese from every nook and cranny of my body. The gorgeous dress and the shoes had been thrown away at the casino, and the staff there had sent me home in a bathrobe after I had used paper towels to wipe everything but a greasy, sticky film from my skin. That had only been a few hours ago, but it felt like a lifetime.
Annie Ann and Olivia had insisted I go home and not talk to anyone until morning, when a car would pick me up and bring me right to them. Vanessa and Vin had been absent, but I was sure both were unhappy with me for various reasons I didn't fully understand. In fact, I didn't understand any of the consequences of what I was doing when I had made my announcement. Taking my familiar's name as my last name was doable. Cutting off all family had been done for me already. But the celibacy was not on my list of plans. Technically, I had been celibate for my entire life, but I had hoped for something different in my future. Dating, falling in love, and getting married. I was surrounded by books I had pulled off the shelf. As soon as I got home, I had texted Bear and Badger the details of what had happened, but that I needed to clean up before I could talk to them. While I waited, I did what I should have been doing for months. I studied. There was no single book that covered all the details of what it meant to be a Monza, follow the narrow path, or follow the old ways. Each reference used a different description of the lifestyle, but few had any details to add beyond one. The lifestyle made people, mostly females, strong, magically powerful. The sections I read emphasized that without family or romantic relationships, Monza mages were able to train to a level that other mages weren't, though no one knew its extent for sure. They were respected in the community and allowed to move freely and study anywhere, but they were also secretive and kept much hidden from the rest of the mage community. By the time the doorbell rang, the loft was cozy and warm, and I was more than ready to give up reading The Mage's Guide to Magical Careers, which had a very, very short section on Monza. They said that if you were unhindered by sexual desire and detested your family, that it might be worth further investigation or talking to someone with additional information. Everything I had read had been very surface-level reports by others about those that had chosen the lifestyle, but nothing firsthand so far. I tripped over Patagonia twice on the way to the door, and once more as I followed Bear and Badger toward my sitting area. Finally, I scooped her into my arms before I fell flat on my face. She vibrated in my arms, not just with happy purring, but with magical energy. She had been like that since we had gotten home. Badger paced the floor. "I owe you an apology, Ella. I didn't think you were taking your studies seriously, and then you do this. Dedicating your life to the study of magic? And it's brilliant. This solves so many of the issues with keeping you hidden and safe. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Were you worried we wouldn't support you?" Bear handed me a bag of my favorite salted black licorice imported from Europe. "Are you sure about this?" I grabbed a piece, a tough hunk of candy in the shape of a coin, and popped it into my mouth. "I'm not sure about anything. It all happened so fast, but I made the right decision. I think. The marshal was demanding to know all these things, and..." Badger gestured with his hands as the words tumbled out of his mouth. "It was perfect. I can't believe I didn't think of it sooner. I'll call Leo. He was your father's lawyer. He's going to help us get everything done legally. No one will be able to tell who you were. Did you ever tell your dad about your desire to remain chaste?" "No. I had a lot more feelings on the topic of chastity, but I certainly didn't want to discuss them." "Leo asked if maybe you had known that you wanted to be a Monza. He said that some of the things that your dad did with your inheritance seemed weird at the time, but now it makes sense. It was in line with a mage leaving his wealth to a Monza. We don't see that very often, but it does happen." I was an adult and should handle legal matters myself, but it was easier to let him take the lead. He barely needed my participation to carry on the conversation. He pulled out some paperwork. "Leo sent this over. It'll get your name changed to Ella Patagonia, as is a tradition of the old ways. He will also do some work to clean up everything in case someone starts snooping around your finances and property. Why is it so hot in here?" I signed the papers, feeling drained. I wanted to explain everything to them, but I wasn't supposed to discuss Gertrude's vision to anyone. I needed to be safe, but I didn't like that I was signing away my father's name from my life. Shedding it would keep me safer, but I resented that I had to lose that too. The weight of the day was stacking up on me, and I found it difficult to even move. Instinctively, I checked my phone. No text from anyone, though really I was just checking for one from Vin. This was the first time I had a near-death experience, and he hadn't arrived with food to comfort me. Did he think that making my declaration was about pushing him away? Surely he knew I had feelings for him, and he was smart enough to realize how much protection this would offer me. Badger was still talking about upcoming plans, the changes he planned to make to my training schedule, names of people he would contact, new drills to attempt, but none of it seemed interesting. One benefit is that we don't need to worry about you working at that casino anymore. You'll be much safer now. And I was worried that you wanted to date that Vin guy. Boy, was I wrong. He laughed at his perceived foolishness. Hey, kiddo, I'm proud of you. This is a big deal. I'll go take care of these papers and talk to you tomorrow. Sure. Tomorrow evening. I'm still working at the casino's cheese convention. I think. No problem. He paused, waiting for Bear to join him. Bear shook his head. Go on ahead. I'll catch up. After Badger closed the front door behind him, Bear turned to me. How are you doing? I had long suspected that Bear had some of the same abilities I did, but he always denied it. He could always sense when I was at my breaking point and would pull Badger back, not when I was just tired or frustrated or bored, but when I was really about to snap. But maybe he was just observant. I'm not sure. Following Gertrude's advice from her vision was the right thing to do to protect myself, but I didn't like it. I have some concerns. Bear nodded and waited. He could comfortably sit in the silence, often drawing out of me things that I didn't even know I felt. A minute ticked by in silence, though it felt like an eternity. Finally, I started talking before I knew I had opened my mouth. Are the seer's predictions always right? It was out before I realized it. Was I tempting fate to ask even that? I wasn't supposed to repeat a vision, but how legalistic was the rule? Tiffany told me today that she had been given a vision that she would marry Vin. Bear watched me, his face unreadable. If he guessed at the meaning of my first question, as I thought he had, he didn't reveal it. It was unwise for her to repeat that to you, especially to you. I told her that she wasn't supposed to repeat visions to anyone, and she called me naive and simple. Tiffany's arrogant. Her whole family is. Seers definitely think they understand their visions. Their visions are right, but not often in the way they think. You know that old joke, how do seers make God laugh? They tell him what their visions mean. It's much funny in their original Latin. So people shouldn't trust the seer's vision? Had I messed up my whole life on bad advice? No, I'm definitely not saying that. I'm saying that people should be careful in assuming that they understand everything about the vision. I had a great-great-aunt on my mother's side. She was given a vision from a seer that she was meant to get engaged to the man her parents had selected. He was a terrible man, abusive and cruel. She went along with it and was sent to the city he lived in along with a maid. A week after she left, there was a terrible fire and everyone was killed, as she would have been if she had still been there. How terrible! But then she ended up with an awful husband, so maybe it would have been better if she had ignored it? Yes, except the vision didn't say she had to marry him, just get engaged. His family lived in Monza, Italy. Monza is a place? Yes, those that follow the old ways are often called Monza after the place where they used to train. Maybe you see where I'm going with this. Her parents were gone except for my great-grandmother, her younger sister, who was already married. And she had no desire to marry this man. While there, she met several women that were following the lonely path, and she joined them. No one could protest her choice. I mulled over what that meant for me, but it didn't seem to apply to my situation. Great-great-Aunt Colleen has always been one of my favorite relatives. I will be writing to her for advice, but for now I brought you this. He handed me a soft, leather-bound book. Inside, the pages were covered with slanted, cramped, loopy handwriting. My eyes crossed as I tried to read the scrawl. Is this hers? Yes. Once you get used to her handwriting, it gets easier. It is her journal from her early days of training, and I thought it might have some significance to you. She will likely come and help you, but it might take me a while to hunt her down, and she will only come when she feels the time is right. He rose to leave, pausing near the door. I've sometimes wondered how many of the people that followed the lonely path did so to escape a bad marriage or controlling family. Women often had few independent choices, but the Monza always had been there for them, and no one would tell them no. But few outsiders really know what it means to follow the old ways. Sleep well, Ella, and you might want to adjust your temperature spell. It's burning up in here. Thanks, Bear, I called after him as he shut the door. I tried to pull just a touch of magic from the spell, but not too much as I was still cold from my wet hair. I turned over the book in my hands as my thighs started to throb. I reached into the pocket of my robe and pulled out my channeling key. It was almost too hot to hold and glowed blue. It was a moonstone egg that collected extra magic throughout the day and assisted me in particularly difficult spells. It also functioned as a key to certain locks, but I had only encountered that one other time. I pressed the egg to the book's cover, rubbing it all over in hope of something happening. The egg continued to glow, but nothing seemed to happen until I found a soft, circular indentation in the back cover. The channeling stone slid into the divot with a soft exclamation of magic. The page glowed gently, and I opened the book to see the writing blur, then reappear in a slightly different color, but the same difficult-to-read handwriting. I spent a few minutes deciphering each word and got enough to understand that she was describing a training technique that she used with her familiar. Patagonia pressed up against me, and the moonstone egg slipped from my grip, landing on the bony part of my ankle. A tingly pain shot up my leg. The writing on the page blurred, and the old script returned. Instead of a paragraph about a training technique, the paragraph described a small pond in the area. The book was locked without the use of the stone. There were actually 2 journals in the same book, one that anyone could read if they could figure out the handwriting, and a second, hidden version that required the channeling stone. I would need to study this soon. The secrets inside must be important if they were locked away. I wondered who would be able to unlock the second set of writing. Any mage? Only Monza? Could I really be a Monza when I didn't even know what it meant? Words were power, and at least for now, I intended to do what was required of me to follow the old ways, once I learned all of what that meant. The doorbell rang, and I placed the book on the shelf and tucked the egg into the pocket of my robe as I raced for the door. When I threw open the door, I found not Vin, but Vanessa. She pushed into the room and dropped a duffel bag on the floor. "We have to talk. Holy Hercules, it's hot in here." She stripped off her jacket and threw it next to her luggage as she strode in with a bag of food. The smell of garlic made my mouth water, and after our day of magic, both in the parking structure and while drowning in queso, I was drained, though the licorice was helping me to regain my energy. "I brought you dinner. You owe me an apology and an explanation, and then we need to go investigate." She went into my kitchen and pulled out plates and started dishing out food. It was an eerie reminder that she was Vin's sister. How often had he done the same thing? Pushed his way in, offered food, then decided to spend the night on the couch. Why couldn't he have been the one here now, demanding an explanation? "I'm sorry, Vanessa. I didn't know I was going to say that tonight." And I certainly hadn't anticipated the way it would affect everyone else. "Why am I always the last to know, Ella?" She stopped and put a hand on her hip. No one knew. I grabbed some soda from the fridge, not the diet stuff, but the kind chock full of sugar, while mumbling, "Not even me." "What was that?" "Nothing. It was sudden and here's the thing. This will protect me until we figure out what happened to my dad and why he hid me away. And apparently it'll help with my training. I have a lot of catching up to do, and other stuff that I'm just now learning." "You didn't know that before you declared yourself?" "Like you never jumped in feet first." "Not into celibacy, I don't." "I didn't know about that part. I need to explain that to Vin." I grabbed a plate and speared some chicken and penne in a thick cream sauce. Stuffing it into my mouth, I moaned with pleasure at the warm food. "That's the only kind of moaning you'll be doing. Vin's pissed. He wouldn't even talk to me besides mumbling about leading people on. Then he disappeared with Tiffany. Tiffany!
I swear if he marries her, I'm blaming you and making you come to every family event she is at so you deal with her. A deep pain twisted in my chest at the mention that Vin was pissed. I nodded and continued to eat as tears tickled the back of my eyes. Grabbing a soft breadstick, I bit it in half. The slick, buttery garlic topping filled my nasal passages with the smell. I chewed the soft bread, then licked my fingers. After a moment, I grabbed a second one, stuffing it in my mouth. Tell me the truth. Are you leaving? She didn't make eye contact and tried for a casual tone as she stuffed more food into her mouth as well. But I had caught the unsure note in her voice. I have no plans to leave. This is my home now. I still need a lot of training, and I need to find out who killed my dad. She nodded and ate another bite before continuing. Her words came out muffled around the chunks of cheese. Great! I knew you couldn't stand to leave us. Go on, eat up. We have to grundle shart. She mumbled her way through the end of the sentence as she swallowed. We have to grundle shart? Please don't talk with your mouth full. It's disgusting. She chewed with her mouth open, exposing the contents within. I threw a napkin at her. So gross. I tried to chuckle, but it caught in my throat. I said we have to go to work. I have a plan. She shoved the rest of her food in her mouth, then ran to her luggage. Dragging it into the room, she pulled out 2 vials and a handwritten note bearing an incantation. I worked out a way for us to find out whatever it was that Michael was looking for when he was killed. Chapter 12. I huddled in the coat room next to the Golden Pyramid Casino's live performance theater. There was no show at the moment, and the dark room was empty except for hangers. It had taken only a bit of convincing for me to come, though now I was regretting it. Vanessa was pulling off her shoes and placing them next to a handmade sign that said, Property of Olivia Santani. Do not move. What's with the sign? Last time someone took my clothing. I certainly don't want that to happen again. When we had passed through the casino, the cheese convention doors were being heavily guarded. The guards were tense and jumpy, not the kind of people I wanted to find me mid-break-in, especially not when we had to be naked to start the spell, and still would be when it was complete. Maybe this isn't a great idea. No way, you're big, strong Monza now. Just practice the incantation. The incantation was like a roadmap to the magic. Since I had never done this spell or anything like it, I needed the incantation to guide me. The vial of potion also helped. With time and practice, I could drop the incantation once I knew what the magic felt like. If I got really good, I could also skip the potion. But just like some humans can't shoot a bow or run a 5-minute mile, some mages never tackle a particular spell. And some spells are so complicated that you always needed an incantation. Tell me what to expect. Will I just turn into a rat? A spectral rat. It's like a rat made of magic. It's an old family spell Mom and I discovered a few years ago. You aren't really physical, so we just use it to explore new towns when we were abroad for Mom's teaching gigs. But we figured out that because you are spectral, you are closer to the magic. I've been messing around with it for a while, and I think if I get to the spot where the object was, I could use a spell to pick up on the magical scent and find the object it was connected with. That's assuming it's still in there. What am I going to do? Watch my back. I'm not doing this alone. She pulled off her pants and folded them. Come on, get undressed. I started stripping, carefully folding each item of clothing to stall for time. Can we talk? Sure, what's up? I mean, when we're in rat form. Telepathically, but it's not very exact. And we can't get hurt because we're not physical? Not really, except that one time Patagonia ate my back leg. I hesitated. Excuse me? When was that? Oh, it was before you, like last year. That's when I found the secret entrance to the convention hall. But Patagonia found me during the investigation and bit my leg clean off. I eyed her leg, pale white in the dark room. What? She lifted her leg and shook it at me. Obviously I'm fine. A spectral rat is all magic, So she just ate a big chunk of my magic, but not my physical leg.
I was stalling for time, uncomfortable with new magic and continuing this investigation while so much of my life was up in the air. What if something ate us whole?
We'll make sure it doesn't happen. That's why I had you leave Patagonia at home. But we better hurry before she wakes up and looks for you.
I had left her sleeping on a pile of catnip. She had been quite high on the quality herb, twisting and rolling in the leaves until her black fur was sprinkled with green. She had then raced around the loft, enacting her own private version of the Kitty 500. After 10 minutes of running around, she had conked out on the couch mid-lap. Fine. I dragged off the rest of my clothing and dumped it in a pile, then grabbed the potion she had given me. If the incantation was a roadmap to the magic, then potion was like a car that got you there with less effort. Some spells were so powerful that you always needed a potion, and some mages were talented enough not to need a potion on certain spells. But even if you were powerful enough, sometimes it was just nice to chug a potion and save yourself the energy. The spell was in 2 vials that I mixed together. I pushed just enough magic into them to set off the spell, as Vanessa had instructed me to do. I swallowed it all before I could back out, then started the incantation. My nose crinkled as the bitter potion coated my tongue, making my pronunciation thick and clumsy. The spell took over, and I shuddered at the sensation of my limbs, face, and body twisting into the new shape. I braced against it, and a shot of pain went through me, knocking the breath from my lungs. As I exhaled, I changed form easily and without pain. My tiny heart beat quickly in my chest, and my movements seemed faster. My whiskers twitched as I looked around for Vanessa. The room seemed much lighter, though really it was my eyes being more adapted to the low light. "Vanessa?" I said in my brain, though a squeak was emitted through my rat mouth.
"Here."
I turned and saw her. She was iridescent and almost transparent. I understood what her reply meant, but it wasn't really English, more like a hand gesture in my head. It gave me the vague idea of what she meant, but wasn't clear enough. Our communication was going to be limited in this form, but we had enough to get by on.
"Follow."
Vanessa ran over to a wall, then straight up to a small opening. She pushed her nose into the space between the wall and the tiny door and slipped through. I sniffed over the space, no wider than a sheet of paper was thick. Surely she didn't just slide through. The door must have opened and I missed it. But as I clung to the wall with my tiny rat toes, I pushed my nose into the space, and sure enough, my spectral body thinned and oozed through the impossibly small space until I popped out the other side. I crawled through the wall of the storage room and raced after Vanessa, who was already heading toward the door that would lead us into the convention center. She pushed herself under the door jamb, and I followed. When I popped out from under the door, I gave my rat fur a shake and stopped. My senses were assaulted by a new and yet vaguely familiar sensation. Much like a colorblind person seeing blue for the first time, I was rooted in one spot as I took it all in. The sensations surrounded me, beautiful, enchanting, powerful, and interesting. I swung my head right and left, taking in all that I could. Though they were new, I had experienced them before in the midst of casting a spell. I was able to pick up all the magic in the spells around me. The slick metallic magic of dragon spit being used in various cheeses was familiar from my taste of cheese earlier in the day. The milky, salty, marine tones of the siren milk tickled my senses. Every bit of magic had tinges and tangs of different flavors or scents. But it wasn't a scent or a taste. It was something I didn't have the vocabulary for just yet. I reached out for a word that might work like aura. Normally, the surges of magic I felt when a spell went off were all the same. But now it was as if a veil had been lifted from my eyes, and I could feel all the ways the magic was different. I wanted to run to each booth and experience the different nuances of each spell.
"Ella!"
Vanessa squeaked from the corner booth, waiting for me to follow. "The magic. It has like a scent and taste, but it's not a scent or taste. It's like something new and different. I think it's a new sense. I'm calling it an aura, but I don't know if that's an official word for it." She stopped and sat up on her haunches.
What?
I shook my head. I would need to wait to talk to her later. It was too complicated to explain in our current state. She scurried off, and I followed close behind. I ran along on all 4 feet, marveling at the strength in my legs. I struggled to follow Vanessa as the smell of cheese and the aura of magic surrounded me. I wanted to fall behind and explore, but couldn't. Vanessa stopped, which I only realized after I ran straight into the back of her, my head turned to the side to pick up every scent. We tumbled toe over tail before I regained my 4 feet under me again. We were back where the body had initially been found, smashed flat under Granner's cheese, and where, just a few hours earlier, we had nearly died in a vat of quicksand-like queso. I shuddered from my whiskers to my tail. Vanessa pressed her nose to the spot I had told her I had seen the glowing green object in my vision of the murder. I scooted in next to her, deeply breathing in the scent of carpeting. There was the magic from the queso that had spilled, but more faintly, I could pick up 2 other magical auras. There was a crisp magic centered right where the object had been glowing green. If the magic were a smell, it would be a mixture of lime and freshly cut grass. Thinking of the aura as smells helped me to really nail down what I was experiencing. The other, broader aura that wafted about was musty and earthy, like an abandoned cabin in the woods. I walked along the carpeting, following the edges of the aura until I had marked out the location it had covered. Based on the size and location, it could be the spell that held the world's largest wedge of cheese until it crushed Michael. Vanessa squeaked from her position, then a poof of magic appeared around her, the aura cinnamon and spicy. The red haze appeared, loose and billowy as if a smoke bomb had gone off and drifted down the corridor. Vanessa had just started following the red haze when a low-frequency horn went off, accompanied by flashing lights. We had set off some alarm, possibly by performing magic. I raced after her, my furry feet flying. "Vanessa, get out!" I called after her, but either my message didn't get to her or she was ignoring me. I followed her, screaming in my mind that there was danger and that we needed to go, but she didn't slow down until we reached the site of Granner's new booth. The red haze pooled and didn't indicate any particular endpoint. She raced around the space, with whiskers twitching so fast that they were a blur. I caught the edge of the same musky, earthy aura and raced up a table leg. At the top was Granner's spell bag, and clinging to it was the same type of magic that I had found where the cheese had crushed Michael. It was no surprise that the same magic had been at both sites, but it was the confirmation I had wanted. The lights flicked on in the convention hall as I raced down the table leg and shoved into Vanessa. "Go, now!" Human voices, deep and booming, surrounded us as we raced between the booths back toward the storage room to slip out. Vanessa shimmered ahead of me as we ran. I could see the patterns of the carpet faintly through her body as she ran. The iridescent colors of her fur were muted in the bright overhead lights. Surely no one would be looking for 2 rats during their sweep. We darted across the aisle and were halfway to our goal when a dark shape fell in between us. A scraggly orange cat was racing after us, catching up with each stride. It was Peter's familiar chasing us. "Run!" I screamed after Vanessa, though I was already going as fast as I could. The orange menace was visible behind me, as my beady rat eyes had great peripheral vision. He loomed closer and closer with each stride. There was no way we could make it to the door given the pace at which the cat was gaining on us. I was able to catch up with Vanessa as we ran across the booth. But then I was struck hard on my side, crashing into Vanessa and tumbling both of us under a table. My head spun as I regained my footing, the orange cat licking his lips and yowling. His tail whipped side to side and he crouched to pounce. An answering hiss boomed behind us. Patagonia put her front paw on each side of us. She cried out a warning to the orange cat. "Patagonia, no!" I cried out as she grabbed Vanessa and me in her mouth. A deep, scratchy female voice filled my head. "Mine," it said as magic surged around us and everything went black. Chapter 13. I opened my eyes to find Patagonia's considerable weight crushing my lungs, making it difficult to breathe. I was staring at a very high ceiling, only to realize it was the ceiling in my loft. I struggled to sit up, but my loose red hair was tangled around my arms and legs, and I had to free my limbs before I could push myself into a seated position. I was freezing, which wasn't surprising when I realized I was naked. Vanessa was sprawled out a few feet away, also in her birthday suit. "Vanessa!" I shouted. She moaned in response and rubbed her eyes before scratching her butt. Her eyes flew open. "I'm naked and sore. What happened?" I got up and gathered my hair into a ponytail. I walked over to my couch, grabbing my discarded robe from its arm. Then I bent over to twist my dangling hair into a bun, tucking the loose ends back underneath the bun and securing the whole mess with a pen from the side table. I grabbed a blanket and carried it back to Vanessa. Last thing I remember was running from Peter's familiar. Then Patagonia grabbed us by the neck and poof. "What?" She wrapped the blanket around herself. "Why is it so cold in here?" I stopped and attempted to push magic back into the heating spell, not even caring if I did too much. Fortunately, my reserves were low and just a trickle came out of me. The heater clicked on, and a few seconds later, warm air started blowing into the loft. I went into the kitchen to pull out all the leftovers. I also grabbed my channeling stone from the counter where I had left it. Knowing we would be stripping down naked, I had not wanted to risk leaving the stone unattended. I started heating up the food, trying to process everything that we had learned in such a short period of time. "Wait, are you saying Patagonia brought us back here?" Vanessa tottered over, the blanket up around her neck like a stole. She grabbed a takeout box and a fork and started shoveling the cold noodles into her mouth. "So it seems. Wait, is that unusual? I figured it was just another thing that you forgot to tell me was possible, like being able to sense magic in that form or being able to hear Patagonia's thoughts." The echoes of Patagonia's hissing voice in my head rattled around, and I bent down to scratch behind her ears. I stared into her eyes. She licked my hand, her raspy tongue pulling at the dry skin on my knuckles, then winked at me before bounding away. Vanessa paused mid-bite. "What are you talking about? Are you messing with me? Did I get hit on the head?" I grabbed my plate out of the microwave and grabbed a bite. It was hotter than expected, so I opened my mouth and huffed air in and out to cool the pasta that was burning the roof of my mouth. I could, smell the magic, but it wasn't a smell, like that moment you cast a spell and you can feel the magic. It was like that, but I could sense different kinds of magic. Couldn't you? Her eyes were bugging out of her head. "What?" I grabbed another bowl and stirred the colorful mixture of vegetables. "You didn't?" "No." She dragged out the word. "And you said you heard Patagonia and she brought us back here?" I grabbed a forkful of broccoli and blew on it before cramming it into my mouth. I wanted to stall for time. A lot of weird things had happened lately that Vanessa didn't seem to understand. Maybe it was best to deflect for now. I turned the tables back on her. "Hey, when the alarms went off, I yelled at you to leave and you ignored me." She avoided my eyes, a sure sign of guilt. "I didn't hear you." "Or the alarms going off?" "If you were so worried, you could have left." "Not without you. We're a team." She smiled and finished off her food. She grabbed a wedge of cheesecake and ate it without a fork. I shuffled off to my room, grabbing the book Bear had given me on the way and putting it on my bed. I dug around for an extra pair of pajamas and even found some underwear with the tag still on to give to Vanessa. Grabbing an extra pillow from the closet outside my bedroom, I returned and dropped them on the couch. "Here, I'm going to bed." "Wait, don't you want to talk about what happened?" "Tomorrow." I whistled to Patagonia, who fell into step beside me as I dragged myself to bed. I grabbed my channeling stone and stuffed it into my cleavage, then buttoned up my shirt and adjusted the necklace my dad had given me years ago. I wasn't sure what I was going to face today, but I figured I needed all the help I could get. I stepped out of my bedroom and shouted into the loft. "Vanessa, you ready?" "Almost." We had both received texts saying we were expected at the casino in 10 minutes for a meeting with Annie Ann and Olivia. Even over text message, we could tell that they meant business. A car from the casino had driven us to my loft the previous night, so my car was still in the parking structure, and we had left Vanessa's car there after the rat experiment. Luckily, our elders had already planned on sending a car for me this morning, and it was idling outside. I shouted for Patagonia, who had come bounding into the room. She pressed herself against my side, rubbing her head against my hip. Surely she hadn't reached that high yesterday. "Are you getting bigger?" As I waited for Vanessa to join me at the door, I crouched to look into Patagonia's eyes. I knew I had heard her voice in my head. A smoky, deep, purring voice, exactly what I would imagine a cat would sound like. I tried to call to her in my mind and waited for a response, but she just blinked slowly, then flopped onto her back to meticulously clean her belly. Vanessa raced past me. "Come on, let's go!" I followed, locking the front door even though spells protected it from entry. I couldn't be too careful. For every spell, there's a counterspell, according to Annie Ann, and I would use every precaution available. I hopped into the back seat with Vanessa just before the driver peeled out. "Easy, I don't want to crash in my own driveway." He called over his shoulder. "Sorry, they told me to hurry." He shot down my driveway, which was a ramp wrapping around the outside of an industrial building and exiting into the street. After checking each direction, he turned out onto the street with squealing tires, leaving 2 black lines on the cement. The drive wasn't far, and by the time I got Patagonia settled in my lap instead of trying to climb onto Vanessa, we were almost there. I lowered my voice so the driver wouldn't hear. "Your mother knew you were at my place. Does she know that we went to investigate last night?" "No, don't you dare tell her. She would kill me for so many reasons. Breaking in at night, us going alone, teaching you the spectral rat spell. I mean..." "Why would she be mad about the spell?" "Well, it's a kind of powerful spell." The driver pulled up to the front of the casino and put the car in park. "Why would she be mad about that? Is it dangerous?" "A little bit, but I knew what I was doing." She hopped out before I could grill her more. Patagonia had found some crumb or spill on the floor of the car. After I got out, I had to wrestle with her to remove her from the tempting treat. I would unhook one claw from the carpet, then she would latch the other, all while licking away at the spot. Finally, she let go, and in her suddenness, I hurtled backwards, barely avoiding landing on my butt, thanks to one of the attendants catching my arm. "Thank you. I like to make a grand entrance." I pressed a few bucks into his hand in thanks, then jogged after Vanessa. It was early enough that the gambling halls were a mix of late-night partiers and early risers, though there were still a few attendees of the conference standing around with their badges hanging from cords around their neck. Normally, there would be clusters of attendees and vendors grabbing morning mimosas at the bar or gathering to work out wholesale deals. It was the last day of the convention, and people had been leaving since the murder, but today was different. As I approached the convention hall, it was like a ghost town. There was no one around, even though the show was set to open in 15 minutes. But as I passed the entrance, I could take a guess as to why. A sign stated that all magic, active and passive, would be banned inside the convention hall. The main entrance door opened as I passed. 2 women exited, wearing no makeup, their hair frizzing wild. They paused in the doorway as a shimmer of magic passed over them. Their hair was now smooth and sleek, and subtle and tasteful makeup adorned their face. The bounds of the magic band must end right at the door. The heavy door slowly closed behind them as 2 voices drifted out of the convention hall. "How on God's green earth am I supposed to sell anything when this whole area is magically dead? Should I just tell them to imagine that the cheese is warm and reminding you of Christmas morning?" "I apologize, sir, but this ruling comes down from the marshal himself." "I don't care if the Pope said it. I want to talk to whoever is running this show." The end of his reply was cut off by the door slamming shut. I had lost sight of Vanessa and jogged to catch up. Bursting into the room we used for training, I paused as the smell of waffles and bacon tickled my nose. Vanessa was already at the table, scarfing down cannoli and licking the filling off of her hands. Use a napkin, Vanessa, and try to be more ladylike. It's obscene the way you are eating. Oh, come in, Ella. Please sit down. We need to talk. Annie Ann gestured to a chair. I sat and filled my plate. I put some scrambled eggs on a second plate for Patagonia and set it on the floor. Olivia wanted to be here, but there are problems in the convention. They aren't saying why, but they have set up a no magic zone at the convention. Vin says there was some hubbub last night, but no one is talking about it. I swallowed my buttery waffle, which was flavored with a hint of vanilla. I need to talk to Vin. I'm not sure that is a good idea. He is pretty hot. And what was with the announcement last night? We are all here to support you in your decisions, but I had no idea you were even considering it. I stabbed another bite of waffle and dragged it through the thick, dark maple syrup before stuffing it into my mouth. It's complicated. Annie Ann buried her face in her hands. I have traveled the world over to train young mages, rich families, royal families, important people. Now I am stuck here, and the two of you are going to kill me with your antics. I need to go help Olivia, but you two have to stay out of trouble. Sure thing, Mom, Vanessa said as she leaned across the table to grab some more bacon. I'm serious, Vanessa. I know you guys were trying to find that killer, but maybe just ramp it down a bit. Look, listen, help Granner pack up her booth. Michael's widow is here, and I heard that she isn't too happy with how the investigation was going. So just drop it. But we can't let another murderer go. I would rather they get away than any of my family get hurt. Or worse. That includes you, Ella. Speaking of which, she pulled up the chair next to me and looked deep into my eyes. You know that we are here for you and support whatever decision you make. But are you sure you want to follow the narrow way? Do you understand what this means? I nodded and swallowed some bacon, which scratched all the way down my throat. I have a lot to learn, but I know enough. And it's what you want. I thought that you had wanted something else. I looked away as my heart twisted in my chest. I had long suspected that she knew about my crush on Vin, and possibly even encouraged it. I could never prove that she was behind it, but I had often gone to lunch at the same time as him or ended up seated next to him, to the surprise of both of us. Maybe she didn't mean that, but even the thought of what I was giving up made it hard to swallow around the lump in my throat. I put down my fork and threw my napkin onto the plate. It is what needs to be done. Duty before desire. You have been listening. She stood up and rushed to the door, opening it right as Vin was reaching for the knob. Morning, Vin. Mother. He greeted her formally, his eyes not straying from her face even as I tried to catch his attention. Tell Ella and Vanessa to stop their investigation. Michael's widow, Bethany Peatman, has declared that it was a suicide and would like the ruling to be made final. What? Vanessa stood. Suicide? That's ridiculous. Of course it is, but it's her right. So why don't you go home? Mother, I assume you will handle this? He stepped away, allowing the door to slam shut behind him. Vin, wait! I raced out the door after him. Wait, I want to talk to you. He continued walking away. Nothing to talk about. I jumped in front of him. About what I announced last night. You have to understand. I understand just fine. He stepped around me. I ground my teeth. You're sulking. That stopped him. He turned on his heel to face me. He had his emotional guard up. It made sense that he, as a security professional, would shield his feelings, but even so, I could sense his anger bubbling behind the mask. Even if he couldn't shield his feelings completely, his facial expression gave him away. Ella, we have nothing to discuss. You're being ridiculous. We're going to work together and might as well talk about what happened. I didn't know. Didn't know what, Ella? I thought you knew everything. I tell you what you don't know. We're not going to be working together anymore.
What?
I've always been freelance, working security with whatever casino or business needed me. I've only stayed here so long because Olivia wanted help after Uncle Edward was killed last year. But she has things in order, so today is my last day.
I was speechless.
Vin smirked, having gotten the last word, and stormed off. I turned away and started to leave when I caught a reflection of Vin in a framed poster for DJ Wiz's going away party. Vin had stopped and turned to watch me go. His face was pained, and he took a single step to follow, even raising an arm and opening his mouth. Then he saw my reflection. We stared at each other for a long time. I spun to race back to him, but by the time I was moving in his direction, he was gone. I dragged myself back to the training room. What had I expected? That he would beg me to reconsider? That he would fight for me? That he would profess that we could find a way? His naturally prickly and frankly annoying behavior since I had known him should have prepared me for the fact that even the smallest hiccup in his life would lead him to cut off the dead weight. Me. With each step, I got angrier. His life wasn't at risk. He hadn't grown up with no idea he was a mage. He hadn't spent the last year trying to learn a lifetime's worth of knowledge. He hadn't just pledged himself to a life of celibacy. That was me. I had done all those things, and all I had asked was for a few minutes to explain why, or at least try to explain without mentioning the seer's prophecy. I threw open the door and stomped inside. Annie Ann was gone, and Vanessa looked up in surprise. The red filling from the jelly donut in her hand dripped onto her shirt. Actually, my shirt, since she had borrowed my clothing. I grabbed a napkin and tossed it at her. Clean yourself up. I want to wear that again someday without a huge stain. My voice was harder than I meant it to be, but I was in a bad mood and let it stand.
We have magic, Ella.
She muttered a few words of a spell and used the napkin to wipe the shirt clean, leaving not even the slightest smear on the white fabric.
What did he say?
He's being a big fat baby. Wouldn't even talk to me. He's quitting working here after today. He's going to go back to being freelance. I wiped my eyes with a napkin and muttered, must be something in the air.
Do you think Raymond is leaving too? He works for Vin.
That's not very high on my list of things I give a flying hoot about. I flopped into the chair, grabbed the biggest, sugariest donut off the plate, and jammed it into my mouth. Sugar and carbs were the best medicine.
You okay?
No, I'm pissed. I didn't know what I was feeling bubbling into my chest, but combined with the massive breakfast, I was starting to get a sour stomach. Plus, he thinks we should quit investigating just because he said so.
The marshal says so too.
I don't care. We're not just giving in because they are buying the suicide theory. They can't seriously believe that, can they?
No, no one really believes it, but as his next of kin, she can ask for it to be ruled that way.
Vanessa pushed her plate over to Patagonia, who was eyeing the rest of the sunny side up egg. And the marshal will just accept that?
He might not care, or maybe she bribed him. Mage justice is not very just.
Why would she not care about finding the murderer? I bit into the donut again as I spun in the chair. Maybe she is in on it?
Does this mean you still want to investigate?
Of course. Someone tried to kill us last night. You think we should just give up? I was shouting, my voice having risen along with my emotions. Vanessa held up her hands.
Easy. I'm on your side.
Sorry. I tried for a more civil tone. We know that whoever did it was still around as of last night, and they likely knew we were investigating. We probably even spoken to the killer.
I wish we could have found whatever Michael was looking for. I really thought that spell would be more exact, like the giant neon arrow. And why was it in Granner's new booth? That is really far away from the murder site.
Not when the murder happened. I bet it got knocked under something, and when the guys packed up everything, they grabbed it and stuck it in the cabinet. I leapt to my feet. That's it. We have to search all the cabinets in the booth. It's in there somewhere.
But we don't know what we're looking for.
Just look for anything out of place. And can we talk to the widow? I'm suspicious of this whole suicide angle.
We can deliver a morning gift to her.
I had a plan, and no one, especially Vin, was going to stop us. Chapter 14. I slammed the cabinet door in Granner's booth, open and shut, looking for anything out of place. So far, I had found a few things, such as a plastic mirror, an empty beaded purse, and a small clipboard with a pad of paper. The items were all roughly the same size as the item I had seen, and Granner didn't recognize them as anything she had packed. But none of the items seemed to be important enough to lure Michael to fly in and try to retrieve it. Granner and Vanessa were putting together a basket of treats to give to the grieving widow. They collected various items around the booth that were still in stock. Granner had been thrilled when Vanessa and I insisted that we would be the ones to deliver the basket and give the family's condolences. She had patted me on the back.
Only been following the old ways one day, and look at how mature you are getting.
They were finishing up the basket as I dug into the last cabinet. Even before I saw it, I knew I had found the object I was looking for. The surface was hard and slick. I recognized the magical aura from the night before. It was faint, nothing like it had been when I was a spectral rat, but the aura was still there, like a mix of freshly cut grass and limes. I had never experienced this before, but I didn't have time to contemplate it as I pulled the item out to inspect it. It was a glass ashtray. Carved into the bottom was a female figure with large breasts, flowing hair, and a tail. A mermaid, or a siren. If this was Bethany's family crest, the ashtray was likely an item from her family. They lived in Europe, so how had someone gotten it here? I carried it over to show Vanessa. Granner was grabbing one last item to stuff into a plastic bag, little orange puffballs inside a clear plastic bag. She was practically screaming as the magic band in the room had caused her hearing aids to malfunction.
My specialty! Cheese balls! They are sprinkled with sea salt! Everyone loves my salty balls!
Vanessa turned red.
Granner! Nothing cures a broken heart like some salty balls in your mouth.
Martha at the booth next to us gasped and turned away. A couple of customers raised eyebrows. Carrie and Ellen Morgan, a few booths over, didn't even bother to hide their laughter as they packed up their wares. I waited until everyone had lost interest in the salty balls before I showed Granner and Vanessa the ashtray. I found it. Granner adjusted her thick bifocals.
Where was that? Is that a siren? Dead Michael's widow's family has that crest. You know, in Estonia.
Yes, Granner, we know. Vanessa took it from my hands and turned it over.
What does it mean?
I shrugged.
That's what I asked, girl. Can you guys not hear me?
Granner spoke more loudly.
We hear you, Granner. We need to take the basket to the widow Bethany. Are you going to give her back the ashtray?
Not yet, Granner. Why don't you hold on to it for now? Vanessa slipped it into Granner's oversized bag, festooned with bunnies, and picked up the basket overflowing with condolence cheese. Granner grumbled and started packing up some cheese. With the light crowds, there was no point in waiting until the last second when the booth was still half full of unsold merchandise. Once we were out of earshot, I formulated a plan with Vanessa. Since I don't know her, maybe I should lead with a lot of innocent questions? Then I can hit her with the hard ones, like good cop, bad cop. You feeling lucky, punk? No, Vanessa, not like that. We just want to lay the groundwork. Now, was it the left door or the right one? Bethany was in one of the 2 storage rooms attached to the convention hall, the same rooms we had run through last night as spectral rats. Apparently, she insisted on having a place to meet people, but refused to do so within the bounds of the magical ban. Vanessa went up to the door on the right and knocked. A lilting voice carried out, "Please come in." I stepped inside, and the shimmer of magic passed over me as I exited the magical ban. The hairs on my arms rose in response, and a tickle shot down my limbs. Everything looked brighter and smelled crisper and sounded clearer. Magic seemed to make everything just a bit better. Bethany was pale and thin in every aspect except her clothing, which was solid black. Her eyes, hair, and skin were all the same dull straw color, blending together and giving the unsettling appearance that she had no eyebrows. Her face was thin, with a large forehead and long nose and chin. Her head rested on a long neck connected to a thin body. She had the overall appearance of a pale yellow snake that had been converted into a human with only the slightest attempt to hide the transformation. Vanessa placed the basket on the table next to her. "From the Santini and Russo families and all of our members that are not present, we are sorry for your loss and offer our services during your time of grieving." She curtsied. For once, I could see Vanessa's background and training. She displayed the perfect level of emotion without being overwhelming. She seemed sincere without fawning. It was impressive, and a side of her I had not seen. Bethany dipped her head. "Thank you. I would have expected Olivia or some of the more elder members of your family to visit during my time of distress." "They will, of course, but I couldn't imagine waiting even a moment longer to see you and offer my assistance." Bethany accepted. "Then I will thank you. Your urgency is a comfort, especially with your gift. At a time like this, I have been craving salty balls on my tongue." Her command of English was perfect, but a tinge of an accent showed that it was not her first language. I coughed to cover a snicker, then rushed to greet her as well. "I'm Ella. I train with Vanessa." She looked me up and down and didn't seem impressed. She eyed Patagonia and sniffed loudly. That was even more insulting than any slight against me. Sure, Patagonia was cleaning her nether regions, but familiars will be familiars. "I'm really sorry about your husband. I am sure they will find the person responsible soon." "I'm afraid my husband took his own life. He was a weak man prone to rash emotions, and I am quite sure that he is responsible. I am here to receive respects from those that served under him and make arrangements for his body. Then I will make final plans for the house in California and head home. I had really hoped my first trip to the United States of America would be more pleasant." She was cold as she spoke of him. I had expected to tread lightly to respect her emotions, but she appeared to have none. She might as well have spoken of a car that had been totaled. She seemed more upset by the unpleasant trip than about her dead husband. She spoke with such confidence that I was tempted to believe her, except I could sense the emotions churning under the surface. Little hints of frustration, deceit, and disgust milled about. She pulled a bag of salty cheese balls and popped one in her mouth. "These are so good. Michael used to send some home for me. They had a special meaning to me. Do you have more? Perhaps I could buy some." Vanessa shook her head. "I wouldn't dream of it. We will bring you more." Bethany nodded, and a swell of pleasure wafted off of her as she popped another into her mouth. I wanted to poke at her more, but didn't seem to have a clear opening, so I created one. "Michael was well loved. I'm sure he will be greatly missed." She couldn't hide her surprise this time. Her eyebrows shot up before she could settle them back down. She opened her mouth several times before she could find her words. "I'm sure he will be missed by someone." There was a knock on the door, and she stood. "You'll have to excuse me." I bit my lip. I should have asked more questions. "We will be back with more of the cheese snacks you like." "Thank you, Ellen." As if her disinterest in me wasn't apparent enough, I didn't even rate having her learn my name. I opened the door and drew back. The marshal and his cronies were waiting to enter. I nodded at them in greeting. "Ah, Monza Ella, I see you managed to get all of the cheese out of your hair." It appeared to be Pick on Ella hour. It took a while. "I assume you will be visiting me soon so we can get to know each other." "First free days I have," and I certainly wouldn't have any this century. I brushed past, checking that Patagonia was still with me. Once Vanessa caught up, I turned to her and whispered, I don't trust her. She clearly doesn't even like him, and she's hiding something.
So are you thinking she lured him here and had him killed?
We rounded a corner. Could be. It's the best guess so far. But how did she lure him? And why here? And how do we prove Earth? I cut off when I ran into something hard. I had been turned to Vanessa to talk quietly without being overheard, and as we rounded a corner near Granner's booth, I had run into something. Or rather, someone. Martha stepped back and glared at me. A dark brown liquid was dripping down her apron and pooling on the carpeting around her. You idiot! Why don't you look where you're going? Vanessa rolled her eyes.
You ran into her as much as she ran into you. You should look where you're going.
I was looking down so I didn't spill the chocolate milkshake. I didn't expect anyone to come barreling around the corner.
We didn't barrel. We were walking.
Come on, Vanessa. It's no big deal. I wiped the chocolate shake from my shirt as Patagonia licked up what was pooling at her feet. It was chocolate, but underneath there was a musty smell in the milk. It flipped my stomach, and I knew it wouldn't be normal cow's milk. It was from some creature that crawled on the ground. It is a big deal, Martha whined. It's Bethany's favorite, and now you've ruined it. She blinked hard, and fear shot through her, strong and fast, before she sighed and admitted, It's mouse milk. Do you know how many mice I have to milk to get enough for a shake? It's very expensive. I gulped hard, not wanting to barf on her shoe. Now I'm going to have to get something else to show respect. The anger ratcheted up again. And it's all your fault. She turned and stormed off, hopefully to rinse off the milk before she was attacked by a herd of cats.
What got into her?
Vanessa shook her head. You were a bit snippy. How is it that you could be so polite to Bethany and then turn around and be so rude to Martha?
That's just a show with Bethany. I know how to play the game, but what's the point in lying all the time? Who cares what Martha thinks?
Is that so, young lady? I turned around to discover Granner glaring at Vanessa. She managed to stare her down, despite being barely up to Vanessa's shoulder. We have a family reputation to uphold. Now what have you girls been up to this week, skulking about? You've barely helped me at all, and you have the smell of weird magic on you. Can you really smell magic? I interjected. Well, not as well as I once could. I worked for an investigator from time to time, but you don't really smell it. It's a lot like smells, warm vanilla or cool peppermint, but not so much an aroma as a... Aura? Do you have the gift too? She searched my eyes. Wait, you're just distracting me. What are you two up to? Vanessa looked to see who was around.
We're investigating Michael's murder.
I thought Vin was doing that for the marshal.
The marshal called off the investigation because the widow said it was suicide.
Oh, poppycock! I think you have the murderer right there. How are you going to catch her?
We don't know.
Vanessa looked at me. She was here when the murder happened, so she must have an accomplice. Maybe we could spy on her? Or maybe just ask questions when we go back. She requested more of your salty cheese balls. I shrugged. What did you tell her? Why don't you just plant a listening device when you go back? I exchanged a look with Vanessa. I don't know how to make one. Do you, Granner? Of course I do. I've done my share of spying. I think I have everything up in my bedroom. Come on, girls. I'll show you how to do it. We really should stay and investigate more. Or you could get the right tool for the job. Come with me, and we can make something within an hour to catch whoever squashed Michael and his stupid green cowboy boots. Vanessa shook her head.
Red cowboy boots. He always wore red ones.
She turned to me.
Granner gets confused sometimes, but Michael was known for his red cowboy boots. It was his signature look.
I was the one that saw his flattened body, and he was wearing green cowboy boots. And don't imply that I'm daft in the head. Her voice started to climb with each word.
Michael was wearing green cowboy boots.
People were turning to stare. Martha glared as she poured another milkshake. Then she stood up, digging into her shelves before pulling out some additional ingredients to mix into the shake before turning to look at us again. Granner set her jaw.
Why is that fool girl glaring at me? I'm the one that chewed you two out.
I grabbed Granner's arm and lowered my voice so only she and Vanessa could hear. I think a listening device is a great idea. Let's go right now. Even rushing the magic as fast as possible, almost 2 hours had passed by the time the work was done. We used 2 seashells as microphones and speakers for the spell. We used Granner's spell to set it up, an unusual to me mix of chanting, potions, and even ruins, small chips engraved with symbols, like squares of pre-assembled magic. She was pleased with how interested I was in the process, though Vanessa mumbled that it was old-fashioned. We worked together and combined our magic to fashion the listening device much more quickly than it could have been done alone. The convention hall was in chaos when we returned. Virtually every booth was being torn down and packed up despite the show not closing for another few hours. Since magic had been banned, everyone had to do everything by hand, and no one seemed happy.
Here's another package of cheesy balls. Just drop the seashell into the basket, the one I marked with the black dot. That's the microphone side of the pair. I'll hold on to the speaker side, and we'll nail the perp in no time.
Granner really enjoyed being part of the investigation and had been liberally sprinkling in hard-boiled detective lingo.
You ready, Ella?
Vanessa adjusted the basket.
Will this work hidden in the bottom of the basket? Hello, hello,
she yelled into the basket.
It should work. It's magic, not one of those newfangled electronic devices that's always failing.
She shook the silent shell in her hand for a moment.
Oh, the magical band! Of course it wouldn't work in here. Why don't I go down to the family bathroom down the hall past the other restrooms? Knock 3 times and I'll let you in. That'll be our code. Great idea, Granner.
Vanessa shared a smile with me as we headed toward the room Bethany was in, dodging around piles of packed boxes and casino attendants rolling equipment around on dollies. When we got to the door, I knocked briskly. There was only quiet, so I knocked again. I pressed my ear to the door in case I hadn't heard her reply over the general activity in the convention hall. People were yelling orders and hollering to be heard over a forklift engine revving somewhere in the room.
Maybe she left.
Our murderer could be getting away as we spoke. I'm going in. I turned the handle.
Hello, Bethany, are you in?
I had to stifle a scream when I spotted Bethany on the floor. Her pale face was no longer straw-colored, but rather tinged blue. Her eyes were open and staring at the ceiling. In one hand was a bag of cheesy balls, the orange powder on her fingers. I grabbed her wrist to check for a pulse, but the second I touched her, I knew she had gone to a better place. I pushed past Vanessa, who had been peering over my shoulder, and just avoided tripping over Patagonia as I got to the door, screaming, "Bethany's been hurt! Someone, help!" I had to repeat my plea a few times before people understood. Then a stampede of people pushed past me and Vanessa into the room. A woman declared that she was a nurse and took charge. There was general pandemonium as people shouted, pushed up sleeves, and threw off jackets. Incantations and spells were soon being thrown around. I edged next to Vanessa by the door. They couldn't save her. I could feel that she was empty inside. No emotion, no life. I hadn't realized I had this ability until now, but it made sense. I could read emotions or their absence. Even when I couldn't read someone's emotions, I could feel them there, roaring behind a wall but out of reach. Bethany, though, was an empty vessel. She had shuffled off her mortal coil. Vanessa grabbed my hand and pulled me through the door. I could even feel it, the death in the room, the dusty old sensation from funeral parlors. It tickled at memories I couldn't identify beyond recognizing I had felt it before.
"We'll get security,"
Vanessa shouted as she left the room, turning sideways to let people in past her and the basket of cheesy balls. Annie Ann was approaching the door and Vanessa grabbed her.
"Don't move. We're going to get Granner from the family bathroom down the hall, and we'll be right back." Then Vanessa ran to a side door of the convention hall. I fell into step next to her. Do you think she was double-crossed or not involved with the murder to begin with? Wait, where are we going? Vanessa pushed the door open and ran into the hallway. Don't you get it? Whoever did it was trying to frame us. She choked to death on Granner's cheesy balls. That's no accident. We need to talk to Granner. She broke into a run. Maybe that's what I had sensed in the room, the leftover magic from the tampered-with cheese balls. Piecing it together, I realized that the sensation was like what I had picked up from the magic on Granner's spell bag, the one that had triggered our near-death queso experience. I followed Vanessa at a run, Patagonia at my side. The aura had been similar, but not exactly the same. Maybe because the magic was different, like how peach champagne and peach pie smelled the same, but not. Except the magic I had smelled was musty and old and dusty. Vanessa approached the door and pounded on it. Granner! Grabbing the door, she realized it was unlocked and threw it open. Inside was empty except for Granner's purse in the corner. Its contents spilled across the floor and under a chair. My stomach fell. Vanessa had tears welling up in her eyes. She grabbed the purse off the floor and tried to scoop the contents back into it. We have to find Mom. She can find Granner. She told me she put a tracer spell on her since sometimes she wandered off. I noticed something on the carpet, a couple dozen feet away, down the hallway. A cheese ball. Vanessa, I think Granner left us a clue. What? Where? I pointed down the hall. She Hanseled and Greteled us, left a trail of cheesy balls. I ran to the orange ball on the floor and quickly spotted another at the end of the hallway where the path split. Patagonia ran alongside as we followed hallways right and left and through a door and up a stairwell. She seemed to know we were following the cheesy balls, often making turns before I even spotted the next one. Eventually, we were reaching a stopping point, out of breath without a cheesy ball in sight. I caught the whiff of an aura, an unpleasant mix of mustiness. I closed my eyes and moved forward, feeling along the wall until I felt a handle under my hand. Opening my eyes, I was shocked to see a smooth wall where I could feel the handle. Turning the knob and rushing in, I braced myself for whatever Vanessa, Patagonia, and I would encounter. Chapter 15. Vanessa was right on my heels as Patagonia pressed to my side and we entered. The door slammed shut behind us, disappearing. It was a trick I needed to learn, or better yet, I needed to learn how to make a door reappear. This was the second time I had faced a murderer. We moved slowly. Granner had her back to us as she faced Martha. The room was thick with magic. Granner's magic was like warm vanilla in a familiar house, while Martha's musky scent had grown so distasteful that it caught in the back of my throat and seemed to sour the air. Martha surely saw us, but she never broke eye contact with Granner. Though I couldn't see anything, I could feel their battle raging. It was a conference room with a row of tables and chairs. At the front were a lectern and projector. Granner and Martha were at either end of a row of chairs, facing off against each other. Girls, I've got this under control. Why don't you just run along? Move and I'll kill you all, Martha screamed, the tendons in her neck bulging. You're trying to do that already, you idiot. Go on, I'll take care of her. But Granner shook slightly, her face pale. I've been fighting baddies for over 100 years, and I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve. I crouched, hands out, knees bent, ready to help, but unsure. The battle they were waging was invisible. What can we do? Vanessa shook her head, her eyes wide and darting between Granner and Martha. Martha was the one who had crushed Michael under the world's largest wedge of cheese, tried to kill us with a vat of queso, and killed Bethany. But why? Martha, how about if you just let us go and we won't tell anyone? It was a terrible opener, but I had to try. She growled at me, sweat starting to bead on her forehead. I caught Vanessa's eye and jerked my head toward Granner. I could slide over to Martha and use an old-school technique to distract her, like a chair to the head. Vanessa could cover Granner. They have already ruled Michael's death a suicide, and they will just assume Bethany choked to death. She was greedy, barely chewing the cheesy balls before she swallowed. We will forget about you trying to drown us in cheese. It was supposed to be her. She knew I said his boots were green. Martha spat out between clenched teeth. And now she has the ashtray I stole from Bethany's house. Granner was going to turn me in. Granner pulled herself up straighter. The guilty give themselves away. They assume everyone can see the blood on their hands. She was losing steam, gasping for air between words. We won't tell. I edged closer. It's too late. You have to die, even if it takes me with you. I can't let it out that I killed Bethany. Her family is merciless. You found the ashtray. She would have killed me when you gave it to her. When Michael was in Estonia, I would time my dragon spit buying trip so I could see him. We would meet up in her house. That's when I grabbed the ashtray. She knew Michael was having an affair, would piece it together that I was the one who took the ashtray from her house. That was her connection to Michael. An affair, not blackmail. She had been the only one of the supposed blackmail victims that had said she paid in money rather than product, probably because she didn't realize what the real blackmail victims were paying. She had been talking to Granner about the boots, and unlike Vanessa, she had agreed with Granner on the color of his boots. I took a stab at it. The cowboy boots? He always wore red ones. It was his signature look, but when he got a new job, I bought his new green ones. He was going to start a new life with me. I slipped and told Granner he was wearing green boots, and I heard her repeating it. Granner was shaking but put on a tough act. I saw them myself when they moved the cheese. Same boots he always wore, just a different color. Martha's eyes were overflowing with tears. I didn't want to kill him. I gave him a chance to make amends. He said he was coming to my room to see me and make things right, but I knew he wouldn't, and I set a trap. If he had come to me, he would have been safe. But he went to get the ashtray I had taken. I had stolen it for collateral. He knew I had something from Bethany's home. I could have shown that to Bethany at any time, and she would have killed him for having an affair. She might have killed me too, but it would have been worth it. She had gotten so emotional retelling the story that her nose was running, and she instinctively rubbed the mucus away. In that moment, I leaped at her, hit her hard in the chest, both of us thudding to the ground. Pain shot through my body, particularly in the shoulder that absorbed most of the impact. The tables and chairs around us dragged across the carpeting as I wrestled with her. She had said she was good with big animals, and not only had she set up the world's largest wedge of cheese to fall on Michael, but she had rigged a spell to throw us across the room into a vat of queso. She had a special affinity for moving heavy things and was using that to throw objects around the room. I hadn't thought much beyond the initial attack. Around us, flames burst up, probably the result of my adrenaline, and a magically thrust chair flew by, crashing and breaking a window which probably was unbreakable under normal circumstances. The glass rained down on us as I punched her in the face. I hadn't been in very many fights, but I knew how to inflict some damage. But my left arm was weak for some injury I had sustained, and she slipped from my grasp. She crawled backwards to her feet, and a table crashed into me, knocking me to the wall. I had lost sight of Vanessa and Granner, but hoped that they would step in or help soon when something hard hit me in the head, causing me to see stars and fall. My arms and legs weren't working and my ears rang. Moments later, someone grabbed me, not in an attack, but in an embrace. For a split second I fought, then I realized it was Vin. His spicy smell and his aura of magic cuddled up next to me. His emotions were raging, fear and tenderness mixed with a growing sense of relief and sadness. He murmured in my ear, stroking my hair as he pulled me into his embrace. Can you hear me, Ella? Can you speak? Please be okay. My fingers grabbed the fabric of his shirt. It took a few tries, but I finally answered. Vin? Where's Martha? She's the killer. Don't worry about her. He reached down and grabbed my hand from his shirt and held it. His fingers shook slightly as he ran them over mine. When his other hand caressed my face, it came away with blood. Vin, I'm really sorry about...
I can't, Ella. I can't talk about it. When I saw that table hit you, I had to see that you're okay, but I don't want to talk about things. He turned around and shouted, Mom, come take care of Ella. I'll get the marshal. He turned back to me and leaned down to press a kiss to my lips. Goodbye, Ella. Annie Ann swept me into her arms, carefully inspecting every cut and pressing all over to check for broken bones. Do you think you can walk? I want to get you out of here. Vanessa and Granner will talk to the marshal. She pulled me to my feet and we waddled out. I staggered and reeled with each step, my weight resting heavily on her. How did you find us? She opened the door and dragged me down the hallway. After Vanessa ran out, I grabbed Vin and we went to find you guys. When I went into the bathroom, I could hear Granner's voice from the seashell hidden under the chair. She was obviously fighting with someone, and I used the tracking spell to find her and you guys. Vin was pretty upset. I nodded. He's leaving the casino. I know, dear. It's for the best. Can you walk any faster? I don't want you mixed up in this until you have more training. Martha's dead, isn't she? She jumped out of the broken window. I swallowed hard and pushed to walk faster. She said that it was us or her. She was right. I'm sorry I haven't done more to train you for a fight. I will, I promise. And we will get you all trained in your new lifestyle. She pressed the elevator button to go up. I'll get you all cleaned up and healed. I limped into the elevator car and leaned against the side. The mirrors inside revealed that my face was far bloodier than I had thought, and a large goose egg had risen above my right eyebrow. I was set to have a rather black eye. My face screwed up and tears flowed down my cheeks, mixing with the blood. I could still taste Vin's kiss on my lips. Got anything for a broken heart? Only time, she replied as the door slid shut. If it had taken me almost 28 years to find love the first time, I couldn't imagine how long it would take to forget it. Chapter 16. I loaded a few more books into the bag, then lifted it onto my good arm with a wince. 4 days after the fight, I was still in rough shape. Magic had taken care of my fractured clavicle, shattered wrist, 5 cracked ribs, and a sprained ankle. But the doctor at the hospital had told me I would heal better if I skipped the magical painkillers and suffered the old-fashioned way. I had no idea that there was magical medical doctors, and I had been pretty disappointed to discover that mine couldn't take away all the pain and heal me instantly. But I would be stronger and mentally sharper if I let the bruises and muscles heal on their own. I couldn't complain. What might have been 6 months of healing and permanent damage was down to just a week of bed rest, then a few more weeks until she swore I would be back to my old shape. But I hadn't been resting in my bed at all. I limped over to the couch and unloaded the bag of books onto the overflowing coffee table. It held virtually every book I had, plus notebooks and pens, and all of it was a mess. Since I had been home, I had been attempting to learn everything all at once, but now it was time to get organized. I had a lot to catch up on. Vanessa, Auntie Anne, and even Olivia had brought me food once a day. Even though my sweatpants were getting tight, they insisted I continue to eat as much as possible so my body could heal. Because my arm was weak, almost unusable, from the broken collarbone and wrist, Vanessa had even come over an hour ago to help me wash my hair in the sink. She brushed it out and braided it before tucking me into bed for the night. Once I heard the door shut, I had gotten out of bed to study. The loft was too quiet, and there was too much time to think in the dark bedroom. I looked out the large window towards Rambler. My building was in the industrial part of town, but since it was the tallest in the area, I had a clear view of the avenue, the long line of casinos on the main street. The lights and neon nestled in the city of white lights was like its own fireworks display. Somewhere out there was Vin. How could he have kissed me then left? I reached up to wipe my eye and hit myself in the face with my notebook. Anger built in me. He could have given me a chance to explain. He could have waited. The notebook slammed into the far wall, and a magical boom exploded in my head. I shook and cried some more before I dragged myself over to the notebook. It wasn't hurt, but I was. My trail was set, and I was the one who would have to walk it alone. I turned over the notebook. It was filled with my Monza notes, and so far they had confirmed that I was meant to travel the path alone. I hadn't bothered to talk to Vanessa or anyone about my feelings. Not Bear and Badger when they had checked on me, or Auntie Anne when she had carefully prodded to see how I was doing. I had merely said that I was tired and needed to rest. I would go back to training next week, and I would use my downtime to progress further than I had been before. Only work. There would be no resting, no vacation, no fun, and especially no Vin. A tear rolled down my face, and I scrubbed it away angrily before I pulled out a pen to continue studying. Even if I had to do it alone, I was going to train night and day until I was the best mage I could be. The end. This has been Which Mage Moved the Cheese? Casino Witch Mysteries 2. Written by Nikki Haverstock, narrated by the author. For more information about Nikki Haverstock or her books, please go to nikkihaverstock.com.